Hey Chevy. Hey mate. Danny's new ghost, I'm just going to post it in Discord. Chef's kiss. Mwah. He's fucking 11th in the world, but he must have got back into the top 10 at one point because he's got a ghost there still. But this, mwah, it's perfect. Like, I can't replicate it, but you can just tell following it. It wasn't as close to the apexes in the previous ghost. This one is. Fucking even Meta's in the top 100 now, man. It's like 60th or something like that. Oh, you legend. It's going to take you a while, but mate, with how quick you are on control, you're going to be one of those dudes who's just going to be a freak now. What you know about the cars and shit, you're going to be really good, dude. Keen to see. You should start get a streaming thing set up. Don't have to show your face, just show us what you're doing with the wheel. I'd love to see it. That's mad. For how good, seriously, like, and I'm not fucking stroking you, for how good you are on controller. And you're on PS4 too, aren't you? You're not on PS5, so you don't even have like the adaptive triggers and shit. You're just that good on a PS4 control. You'll be mad. Like Nika. Look at his improvement and look how good he was on control. And he was same thing, just playing with PS4 control. Even someone like Nismo, man. Nismo's got, like, he plays on PS5, but his improvement in, like since it's been to GT7, like, he's gone from a BS driver on GTS to, like, A+ on GT7 on controller. I've thought about it with him. If he had a rig set up, because he's got a good streaming setup, runs OBS and shit, if he had a rig, I imagine he'd be really good too. But yeah, I honestly don't think I've known anyone who's gone from controller to wheel and, like, albeit, you know, that learning curve at the start, but they've always got better. Anybody I've ever known who's made the transition has gotten better. And I've encouraged so many. Like, we used to have one, Hangman, he made the transition because of us, and he at first he was like, oh, it's too much. And then, like, 3 days later, he was keeping pace with us, and he was like, I think I've got this, guys. I think I've got this. And then, like, a week later, he was better than us. Like, you know, and he knew how to drive. He knew racing. Yeah. So what wheel did you get? Got a dope, what, setup then? Like Metas, where it's going to fucking rip out of your hands and try to kill you? Post it in Discord, mate. Get a Max style phone pic. But yeah, you'll fuck, bro. Like 923. If you get crazy force feedback, then yeah, you've got the 923. There's a big difference between the force feedback on that one and the G29. G29 just feels like it's got a fucking controller, like just feels like it's got a rumble pack inside it, whereas the G923 has the actual, at least like a dual band engine that kind of feeds it both ways. And I mean, pretty much now, like if you'd pay, if you even found a 2.9, it'd be old as hell, and you wouldn't want to pay more than $300 for it. I imagine that the 923 would just be everywhere now, like for 400, 450. Pay any more than that, you got ripped, bro. You shouldn't pay $4.99 for them unless you're getting them like online delivered to your door the next day. On release, they were $650. Within 2 months after that, they were probably going for $500. It's been out for over 2 years now. So, but Logitech are Logitech too. I mean, they had the G29 priced at damn near the same price for fucking 5-6 years. Like, so yeah. I hope you got a good deal on it, anyways. JB are pretty good with them and that. But yeah, I don't. You shouldn't be getting overcharged for it. It's a good wheel, but it's not a great wheel, and you can get them cheap online, so easy. Like Amazon are really good for them, like within Australia too. You can see, literally just Google it and you'll see a store that's got like fucking a dozen of them. They'll be selling them for $4.50, delivery fee, you know, of like $20 or some shit. It'll be interesting to see what that Moser do though. If Moser, like, and I'm sure it'll come because they're so new to the market. But I meant, because all we're gonna, I mean, someone's probably already created some type of peripheral that could do it. But you just need, with the Moser wheel, you just need some adapter type thing that's going, or a patch that's going to be able to let you get a wheel like that and use it. Oh, $200, yeah, sweet. Not secondhand, brand new. Because if it's second hand, even that, fuck man, I sold my second hand G29 for $50 to a mate, just because. And then the other one, the 923, like we basically did a swap, but yeah, $200. And again, used, you know, 6 months used. Well, yeah, if you think you're getting feedback on the 2.9, bro, you can't imagine what it's going to be like on one of the other wheels then. Like it's the 923, you know, comes close. Like it feedback, real feedback. Not very old, but the whole sim. Oh, I don't know what you mean by that. Like pedals and thing. Like it's a package, anyways, bro. Like it's just a box. Yeah, it comes with the pedals. I've still got my 2.9 box. But yeah, that's a good price though. If it's at least all packaged and it seems in good condition, that is a good price. But if it's second hand, I'd be like, ooh, I'd be pulling the pedals apart straight away and having a look inside them. It'd be the first thing I'd be doing. But if it feels good, it's good. As long as you've got no flickering in the pedal. And your gear shifters are fine, because the gear shifters can become very flimsy, especially on the 2.9. So, oh, you got the seat and frame too. Oh, okay, yeah, sick. That's sick then, bro. That's really sick. Was that like an online deal? Like fucking Facebook Market or something like that? That is really good. That's sick. I'd be really happy with that. Imagine what they could do for like your kid or something. $200, you get a whole seating rig, chair, 2.9. They'd think it's the fucking greatest thing in the world. You know, they'd be on that. Facebook, yeah, the market. Sounds like something like that. That's sick, dude. One of my mates, well, actually, my girlfriend's friend's a partner. He found one, and it was around the same price, but it was in like fucking Warrigal or some shit, and pickup only, and like the frame, it would have need modded. But just looking at it, I was like, oh, he was like, I'll get it for you, and you can fix me up. I'm like, oh, I still can't justify it. But yeah, it was the whole shebang. But that's cool, dude. Oh, yeah. Sounds like Wolf. Was it? You sure it wasn't Wolf? Did it come from... Sounds like Wolf. Nah, he got rid of his old one ages ago. That's sick, dude. You should post a photo of it. Like to see it. Because, yeah, the only thing I'm missing is the proper... I mean, I've got a gaming chair, so... No, it wasn't Wolf, bro. I know. I've got a gaming chair, but it's like, you know, office gaming chair or streaming chair, whatever, like an actual adjustable bucket seat type thing would be like absolute next level. But there's also no point of it being adjustable. Like, I'm the only one that uses it. So, like, it's just a gimmick, basically. Something that you have. Yeah. Because even still, like, mates coming over, like, only 2 of them ever have actually tried it. They're all scared they're going to break it. One of them was, you know, sold enough that he bought my second-hand one off me, and the other one was an old bloke around your guys' age that was trying to convince his missus to get him one. And my missus once held onto the steering wheel while I kept my feet on the pedals and steered for me. Oh yeah, in the lobby. You're shitting yourself, yeah. The devil is alive. I've turned off the camera so it's not distracting, and it keeps, because of where I've got it now, it's fucking such a shit camera, it just keeps readjusting its own like calibration, basically, between the two accounts every time like it's just weird because I stream 2 different types of games on the 2 different accounts. So I've got like the frame of the camera set up differently between the 2, and then when I switch back to this one, like it'll be on the old one, and like if I was to turn it on right now, all you could see would be the actual steering wheel rather than me. And because it comes up over the map, it's been kind of distracting. 230, mate, don't talk to me. You should see I'm chasing a 212.2. He's 11th in the world and he's in my friends list. So, and then one of my mates who himself says he's not an alien, doesn't even say he's an astronaut, but I'm like, he's a cosmonaut. He's did a 212.9 last night and he's sitting 60th in the world. Yeah, I gotta really focus on this. Let's see if I can even get close to it in the next 10 minutes, and then I'll enter the race that's in 15. Because I figured it's prime time for you guys. It's early for us, but it's prime time for you guys. I've had 2 races already. I won 1 and I DNF'd the last one because I had a major cock up. Lap 6 on my mediums, I just binned it hard, broke the car and the penalty. Was in second, would have probably finished 10th, so I was just like, I can't be stuffed. Quit it and then started setting up the stream. Yeah, nice. Well, it's a 11:15 in the morning here, mate. So in terms of the people are like the quality might not be there. Should still be good racing. Have you stuck to a car yet, Papa? And he's a man too, Chevy, who's only recently gone from a controller to himself a Logitech wheel. And he's trying to make the transition, gradually getting there. What's going on, GT? Nice Skyline, good. It's a stable car. It's a pig off the line. But you just gotta, like Chevy said to me from day one, you've got to keep the revs up in it. In the way it attacks this turn 1, it's so unique. It goes so early. You release the brake, and I'm already back on the throttle. Too early. But it's just the way it gets around that turn 1. In race it's slow, but then by the time it starts going down the hill, mate, you're 1/10 behind me. What are you talking about, aren't you? Mate, you're 1/10. You're not even. My God, kid, calm down. You wish you could have my time. So what? You could be like an extra 5 places in the international rankings. Look how close you are to me, mate. Calm down. My God. Like, we're probably literally next to each other, dude. You mong. Was spot on. I said 5, but look at that. So I'm 50. You're 69. Her. There you go, mate. We're the closest Aussies. So calm down. Calm your tits. Calm yo tits. You're in front of Maxi, for Christ's sake. And Mr. MCA, for Christ's sake. And Cedars, for Christ's sake. And Ashton, who was a world record holder in Race B this week until they wiped his time because he's a little cheater. Calm the farm. Alright. But yeah, we're chasing Danny, and his ghost has got ridiculously good over the few days. Like, it was already good. It was already a 13-0, but now it's just invincible. Within 2/10 of the top time in the world. And so much of it is about that first turn. Like, you've got to be as close as you can to him up here, and then just everything is just keep the whole lap together. Which is easier said than done. Especially the Essies, both sets. But yeah, if you get down here and you're 2/10, 3/10 down, that's it. The whole lap's done. You can make it up, but it's not enough. You need it here. I'm already dropping. Not keeping the pace up. Shit angle. And watch how close you get to this curb now. Look at that. And originally, like, I was doing the skid. Like, his ghost yesterday was doing that skid. Exact skid I just did. Trying to pull it in. When I seen him hit that apex the first time today, I was like, yeah, that's amazing. And this one too, he was a little bit wider of it. Now he's just right in on the curb, straight back on the throttle. No, I think there's 2. He's a 12.2, and I think the leader's like an 11.9. But as I said, he must have got into the top 10 earlier today, and then someone else, some other Euro has knocked him out. But his ghost is there. But yeah, this will be so far off of it. Like, it'll be a second off of my current time. No, I can't imagine it will be, because it's still, I mean, if they did it next Monday, there's still a couple of days left in the month. They usually leave it till the final week of the month. I'm not hyped. I'm not hyped for anything this game drops anymore, bro. What is it going to be? Some more cars that are useless that we can't use, or another track that'll get just overused for however long. If you've seen my streaming, like the ghost car thing, bro. The ghost car thing. What is going on? Why are people driving around as ghosts? Why? I hope they don't change the physics. They're not perfect, but they're in the best spot they've ever been. Same as the tyre wear. Maybe I genuinely think they should probably bring the damage back up a little bit. They made it too harsh, and now they've made it kind of too weak again. You can get away with some rough shunts and not like completely break your car. Yeah, well, I race with the bumper view, dude, so I can physically see my car being a ghost. That, like, it's one of the, it's like, how do you race against it, and how do you race when you're it? Like, we are in 2022. playing GT7, fucking ultimate driving simulator. No. Okay? It's been out for 8 months. It's been out for 8 months, bro. Like, and it's just like every time they do a new update, if it's like all I want from the game is they call it for video games, like they call it a way of life update. You know, so like the general HUD, the load times, the crashes, the stability of the game. Every single time they add something new, that gets worse. So, and it's just that they keep doing it. So because we were like, you should have seen us all, bro. All the Trans Am races. Every time, because we were trying to run that series. Every time there was a new update coming, we were like, we didn't care about anything. We were like, just don't break it again. Just don't break it again. And nearly every time they did. You know, like they either cancelled the series outright or put a halt to it. Yeah, I know, dude. It's not. That's what I mean. I know. And you can still make contact too, and it's so distracting. Like, especially when you're the car. Like, it's just one of the worst I've seen, Chevy. And then look at earlier this week with the glitch. And even that, I've seen people already like uploading single player videos of like using that glitch for the time trial. Like, people are doing it for the circuit experience, bro. Like, people are doing that cheat for the Maggior circuit experience thing and stuff like that. Like, fucking why what is wrong with the people that play this game? Like, you know, so I'm not hyped, bro. Like, if it is the rumors, what is it, Grand Valley and Road Atlanta, yeah, I'd be super keen. Like, even Watkins, when they added Watkins, beautiful representation of it. Not quite iRacing's one, but a beautiful representation of Watkins. You know, makes for some really good racing in this game. But that novelty wore out pretty quick, because like that first week we had it for Manu, we had it for Nations, we had it for dailies. So like by the end of the week, like it was a steep learning curve, learning that track, like the M5, shit like that. But by the end of the week, you were really good at the track. You know, by the time we go do our Trans Am series there, it was old hat, it was normal. They bring it out again for that time trial in the Corvette, you know, with the sports tyres, and every single one of us fucking nailed it, because we know the track inside out now, and we specifically, like our little group, had done so much of that Trans Am stuff and sport tyres. So it was like, even when they add something new, the novelty of it wears off very quickly because they burn it out. It's like why I guess I'm finding so much in games that I'm revisiting lately, because I don't play it for a while, then I go back and there's a variety of content, genuinely a massive amount of content, and I'm like, oh, it's dope, and like everyone's still going to swing their dick and show me everything that's already out and that they've done or got, and I'm like, oh sweet, like rather than being petty or envious, I'm going to be like, all right, I know what I want out of all, because they've got it all and they can show me and set the bar or whatever, like. But it just, every update, it goes backwards. You know, even the last one was all the 4 cars, yeah? So like the new Skyline, the old one, the Datto, and what was it, the Merak or whatever. Cool, like I said, the cool cars, the historic thing was a great actual idea for a series, but it should have been like bigger and longer and an actual championship in single player rather than just 3 laps and worth $50,000 per race. We need more like even the single player, bro. Like, there is no single player in this game. Like, people used to criticize GTS so hard, saying that it was like, and it was focused on online racing. But that game, in its final form and even in its released form, because when you look at like the 4 tiers of events that they had, they were the same at the start as they were at the finish. It's just at the start of the game, that's really all there was. But if you look at that as a whole, that content and the way it's actually like series that make you use all those different cars in the game, that content there is like 10 times as much single player content as there is in this game right now. So like, how is this GT7? How is this the next big Gran Turismo game if even the single player, like with their 400, like it's a collector's game. That's all it is. Like, it's hard to say, like, and explain it all, and I don't want to go into it too much because I don't want to get negative on it. But it's not in a good state when you look at what it's meant to be and what it is. And I think that's what I'm doing. A new track, cool. Cool. For about a week, bro. And I mean, if you kids can't notice that no one's been playing the game, bro, like, alright, yeah, a lot of people are still playing the game, but it's been harsh as fuck. They're nobodies. Like, so I'm seeing names I've never heard of. Ever. And the amount of people now that have probably gone into hiding but are creating, like, troll accounts or double accounts or whatever. But in terms of, like, at least in Oceania, well, it's happening everywhere. I know it's big time in Europe too, but at least in Oceania, the top split competition is gone. They're not there. Except for, like, Danny, and he's just time trialing. No one plays. Like, anybody's still playing it now and being like, yeah, like, it's good for you. You're going to be hyped. You're practicing. When the competition kicks off again, you're going to be ready for it. But so are they, and they don't need the practice. But, like, all I have to do is look at my leaderboard, and you know that no one's playing the game. There's names there that are... There's names not there. A lot of names are not there. Like, the fact that there's no Japanese flags in front of me says that. That's like 3 or 4, you know, top 20 Oceania. Your distinct boys. None of them, except Andy, and he only showed up, I think, last night. His time only showed up, and that's all it'll be, is a time. He won't do it. He doesn't care for it. He doesn't have to do it. He'll beat you all. And he's probably done that time on a controller too, because he's a freak. But your progress has been really good, GT. I will say that. Smooth operator. You and a couple of the young fellas have, yeah, made insane improvements in the last 3 months or so. I'm always honestly defending half of you to meta. I say, you know, about these people to meta, and he's like, I honestly have no fucking idea who these people are. I'm sorry if that, and I'm like, yeah, well, you wouldn't, you can't, because you're always, he's like, I'm not top split. I'm like, well, you're not racing with us, and we're on the fucking cusp of it, so, but I'm always, like, mentioning people like Cedars, yourself, the Ashton, the other kids, like, and he's like, oh, who's that, who's that, who's that? Anyone below the top 22 don't matter. Oh, it's just in general though, man. Like, rivals, mates, anything. Like, you know, like I got the people that drop into the page for one, and you's all at me, so I know your account here, I know your account on PSN or whatever. And because of the stupid nickname, normal name, blah blah blah, it does get confusing. But yeah, especially in the case of like Cedars. Cedars was mentioned so much, and had been rising, and has been around a long time, like Cedars Proud GT, and now because of the nickname thing, he's Mad Max. So when Meta was like, who's he? I was like, come on, dude, you've raced this, come on, like. And then Cedars was good enough to get into the Nations race in Catalonia in the Porsche, and did really well. I was really happy for him. And now his improvements, he's been insane. Like, he wipes the floor with me on a regular basis with qualifying. Like if I can get within a tenth of him, I'm usually pretty happy. Oh, I got squeezed, but we made it, no contact. Very nicely done. Pretty sloppy start. Yeah, slop. Barely got one apex. Horrible first lap. Nailed it. This car for a Group 3 car does that turn pretty unique and amazing in my opinion, especially for an old car. Just full send. Ability to plan it on the way out, even on the mediums. Uh-oh. Ah. That was really bad. Slot shot. He's definitely not on softs if he's running those times, so I'm wasting any advantage I have right now. Should be at least fucking 2-3 seconds up if there is a tyre difference, which if he's doing a time like that, there's a tyre difference. Because I should have ran a fucking at least a mid-15 that lap. Was on him. Oh, fuck. Jesus. And he's pitted after 3 laps. Wow. Well, I'm very, very lucky. Yeah, I bet. And throttle control. I think throttle control is the first thing you'll really... Well, I guess that'll add into the tyre wear, but... Yeah, the throttle control, brake control, especially if you start being able to pump your brakes, lean on your brakes, rather than just brake aggressively and hard, you know, and skid the car to a stop. Like, you'll start realising how much pressure you can apply and when you can, you'll put yourself into situations drafting where you'll actually have to pump the brake to pull up, and when it works you'll be like, oh my god, because like you'll realise when you put the brake on and then release, like just like real car, like, and kind of release it a bit, you know, you can still be braking and going, you'll understand it like as soon as you're doing it. And the more you use the wheel when it comes to the brakes especially, the more confident you'll get. And I think the throttle's easier to just slam down, but the brakes are the one that, like, because you're going so fast, you've got the wheel, and you just, like, every time, like if you're just an aggressive driver anyways, you've got to pull up earlier than what you think you do. And yeah, getting used to riding the brake was, like, I think the biggest skill I picked up on the pedals. Throttle control's one thing, and I still struggle with it. I get a shaky foot. Sometimes I just want to plant, depending on the car. But yeah, brake application I think is the big thing where you're like, all right, cool, I'm getting this. You feel like you're pulling a vehicle up. When you start like oversteering the car or using oversteering to kind of catch and counter the car, when you start dropping a hand to overextend your steering, like when you turn so hard your elbows dig into your guts and you have to kind of move away your lower hand to extend your top hand. When you start doing shit like that, like it's mental. What's going on, mate? Like you've seen me doing it when we're fucking around at Spa, doing when I was doing the handbrake shit. You could see how much I was actually controlling that car, you know, through the whole process of it, like the braking, the holding the throttle on the way out, how much I had to drive it, like, and that's like when you go full lock too, when your arms are completely, you know, 180'd over each other, like to get around hairpins and shit. Like, it's stuff you can only do on a wheel. Like, you can't experience it on a control. And it's like harder because you're on a wheel too. Like, at least with like these other cars, like anything besides an F1, you know, you feel like you've got to turn it forever to turn. And then you get in an F1 and you don't do anything and the car does a 180. Gonna be close. Alright, so we've got a medium race on our hands. He's right on me. It is a lot to learn Chevy, but honestly, like, I think except for all the braking stuff, I'd learned, you know, the throttle control, the wheel application, all of that stuff I'd learned, say, by at least 3 months, couple weeks to 3 months, all that stuff was down pat. And then throttle application was a big thing, especially on my first wheel, which was the GT9, because I will tell you that, just try and be gentle on your throttle. You really don't have to slam it down, and the more you slam that down, the shorter its lifespan's going to be. So just really try and be, because that was definitely my first set. Like, I have never felt a looser accelerator pedal in my life than what was on my first set of pedals. Like in comparison, when I got the 923, like I felt like I had to brake them to push the pedal down with how hard the resistance was compared to a worn pedal. And it is notoriously and famously the G29's biggest failing. That and gear shifters. So just, yeah, if there's any advice to give to anyone with a brand new Logitech wheel, it is that just try and be mindful of your accelerator. Even in situations in the race, don't ever try and slam your foot down, because your wheel will suffer for it. But I think the brakes are always good on them, no matter what. I think the brake's nice and stiff. And again, the brake can be pumped, the brake can be leaned on. I think the brakes in it are actually very good. He's on mediums too, mate. But he pitted fucking lap 3 on softs. I don't know why. And I went 5 on softs. I don't know what he was... I think he probably anticipated starting on pole on the softs, and maybe I held him up because I was a bit sloppy at the start, wore his tyres out a bit quicker than he expected, and then he tried to undercut me, thinking I was going to go 4 and 4, but I've been doing 5 every time. Every time. It gets sketchy in the last lap, but... Once you get these mediums warmed up though, mwah. And how many spa races, or how many spa dailies have we done where mediums have been the only tyres? You should already know the full grip limit that you have for mediums, especially fresh ones. You'll find that there's not much difference between them with the softs. It's just how much earlier you kind of have to release the brake or get back on the throttle. But like in terms of your apexes, your speed won't be the same, but you'll realise, like, because I've ran a 15 on the mediums, like my fastest lap on the softs, like starting softs, has been a 15.2, and then that same race, my second lap on the mediums was a 15.9. So like, they can go. You just gotta, I think that's what happened too when you were chasing me, GT, like you didn't expect them, you had the tyre advantage, lap advantage or whatever, you didn't expect them to warm up the way they did. Following them can be hard, but half a lap in, they're warmed up and they go, and you won't expect them to be that fast. Like if I didn't have that bloke behind me when I came out the pits, usually when I come out lap 6 on the medium, as soon as I get up Redelia, I start swerving to try and like put some warmth into it. I was laughing yesterday racing with Beck, we're both doing it, like we're both coming down here in like 8th and 9th, swerving the shit out of it. Like to anybody else we would have looked like we were, you know, ready to punch on. We're both just trying to put life into the tyres before that first turn that you really have to pull up on them. Because I've overshot it so many times already the moment you get on them. Like Beck even punted me so hard off that sector, it was the funniest shit. I was lucky enough to like do a Hamilton and drive through the whole thing slowly and still be able to re-enter, not get penalised. Oh. Talking too much. Yeah, just cruising. It's not really competitive. And I'm very slow. It'll be like 5 to 10 seconds slower than what the finish time would normally be. Do like a 37, something like that. 38. No worries, bro. I'm not going to have too many. I'm actually keen to get on enlisted. Probably a best 2 more. Go to work.
I am at work. Can you hear me?
I can hear you like you're on a conference call and you're in the back jacking off.
Yeah. No, yeah, through the TV. I haven't got the headset available, so.
Oh, mate, I must sound fucking marvellous through your TV.
Marvellous.
Marvellous.
Marvellous. Yeah, I am at work. That Porsche is up for grabs. I thought I might grind today and get it.
How much is it?
4.5.
I might have enough money on both.
Yeah, so fuck. So I turned it on.
Mate, did you hear any of him last night on fucking Enlisted Chevy? He was on fire. He upset fucking Meta. At the end of it, mate, there was 3 of us giggling like schoolgirls. No, okay, I need a bit more. Well, what, has it just come up, has it?
Well, I hadn't looked this morning, and there's, yeah.
Because I hadn't looked in about
there. Yeah.
I hadn't looked in 2 or 3 days myself. Oh, is it that one?
I just been taking a look each day until it comes up, because it's the only cafe thing that I haven't done. So.
Yeah, he does sound like he's in the toilet. He could be in the toilet, mate. I reckon this cunt eats fucking sandwiches on the toilet.
Poo sandwiches?
Yeah.
No, I'm in my fucking study.
So what am I looking at? Oh, the car. That's all right. No, I've got to see what I actually need for. I thought I needed the newer one. Like it's like a.
I can't put the headset on because my grandson's at home curriculum day, and I've got to keep my phone.
So I still need two, mate. I need that one and the modern one. I've only got the 911 or whatever it is in the middle.
I honestly say you won't get there by doing races. Not the fucking bullshit prize money you get for winning a race.
It's not bad at the moment, 80k. I mean,
how long's the race?
Oh, it's 20 minutes, but still, I'm just saying, like compared to other dailies, 80k is a good payout. It really is. Which is sad, but it is.
You can grind a race and get 850 for 30 minutes.
So I want the Alpha, and it's about to go too. I should get it on the other account at least. I want the Alpha. That's so. Look at the year on it. Look at the power it has. Look at the type of car it is. That is absolutely in that era of cars that we drive in. Like, and might be a dominant one for the European that could actually, you know, compete against some of the others.
Yeah.
Like that. You've got the fucking literally a year between the two cars and 3.2 million. You got the Mach 1 sitting there. And then the Alpha, I'd never had that Alpha, because you remember that was like 12.5 million in GTS. I never had it in that. I got the other three Legends first, and then I think I was saving up for the Daytona, and I never got there. Like, because the legendary prices in that game were ridiculous. Like,
yeah.
You know, even though you could get the money, I just never was asked. But I always wanted that Alpha, and I never got it. Same as the older Ferrari, the one that's like the same Ferrari, the early 61.
Yeah, the fucking $20 million fucking car.
No, not the P30 one. It's like an earlier than that. I can't remember what one it is. I'm glad I bought that fucking Merc too. Yeah, so no way, dude.
The Spiders.
I bought the 1954 this week, yeah. I had like 6 million on my account earlier this week, and I bought that Merc and did it up.
Okay.
It looks mean.
I think the only Merc I've got to buy is that really old one, the 1928 fucking thing or whatever it is.
Yeah, the Benz, I'm looking at that too, 13 mil. I want that too. It's actually
costs
quite fast.
A fucking fortune. They should have like a fucking summer sale or spring sale in Japan.
They should
whatever
do something where there is limited time discounts on the cars, something like that, or a Christmas sale.
Yeah, where you can actually buy it if you want to.
In truth, too, at least with the Haggerty's aspect of it, right? Like, the Haggerty's thing, and because you remember how they said, like, they were trying to go real-life world modelling on these cars and shit, like, in terms of what they sell for.
Yes.
Some of that stuff, like, at least with Haggerty's, man, like, I will accept it. Like, it's the reason not to accept it is because they don't give us a form to earn enough credits for it, right? But
yeah,
like even some of the used car prices, bro, like some of those old cars, especially like those Lambos and shit in there, that's almost generous prices. Trying to come across, you know, like a 74 Countach or something like that, and 300 grand in perfect condition, that wouldn't happen. You know, like that would not happen. You'd pay a couple of million and it'd come from a museum and probably still need work. Like,
they're probably working on US dollars.
But, well, not only that, though, like, even recently, there was a race car, I can't remember what it was, but there was a race car that sold at auction, and it was just, like, an insane price, and there was only, like, 4 of the actual cars ever, and it wasn't like it was a winniest car ever, either. It was just the fact that it was so limited to how many were made. Like, yeah. But, you look at, what is it, the English Lloyd's, the auction house. Look at anything they do, man, for like some of the prices in the cars they've sold, and you go, all right, oh yeah, we're actually paying less in Gran Turismo than what they've sold for in real life. Like, that's insane.
But you know how, like going back to old shit. Remember, like Black Ops and that, they used to have like double XP weekends and shit.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Like
out of the blue. They need to do something like that here, where you like double winnings or some shit. I don't know.
All right. So what we got? We have absolute record. Okay. Mercedes-Benz 55 SLR, so the one I bought, which in this is quite cheap. That just sold not long ago. Yep, May 5, 2022. That was the one I read about. $142 million US.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, see,
This is the other Ferrari I was thinking of, the 250 GTO.
They can't put $140 million on the game and take a fucking year to grind.
Two 250 GTOs. One was 2018, one was 2014. The most recent one, 18, 52,235,000. A separate car, 2014, 43,600,000. That's fucking nearly 10 years ago, Gav. The 335
for those fucking prices.
40 million. Another Mercedes-Benz, this one's a 54, not a 55. And they're all in this era, bro. Ferrari 275, Ferrari 410, Aston Martin DBR1. They're all 50, 60. All right, here we go. McLaren F1, 20.5. So exactly what it costs in the game. Actually, $1 million more than what it costs in the game. And when everyone's seen the price of that, they were like, it's a fucking road car, $19 million. Like, so yeah, when I seen like the real life one, that it's, you know, like, because that's what he said. He goes, we're trying to make you understand the rareness of these cars by the cost.
Yeah.
Like, bro, literally, I've gone down. I guess no fucking Daytona's ever sold at auction because they all got destroyed. Any other one that's out there is not real. It's a mock-up.
Shippy. Hang on, mate.
Yeah, mate.
I can hear you very well. You sound
a lot better than Gav.
You sound well.
Gav, can you fucking mute me in the Oh, you can't, because then you won't hear. I don't know how that's going to work. Have you got the feed on too, or something?
No.
Oh, just the feedback coming through Gav's, it's horrible. Especially because I'm streaming, cunt. You fucking put your headset on, you make my life so painful.
Is that better, you fucking whinger?
Yes. Oh, no, now you're feeding back. No, where's it coming from? Who's got the feedback?
I don't have the YouTube on or anything. And it can't be coming through my TV now, so...
It is. It's you and me. When you and me talk, we have
Must
like an
be
echo.
you.
No, it's you too. What the fuck? You broke my party. It's your shit internet, cunt. What the hell? That's trippy. What are you doing, mate? Don't play me back.
Is that Chevy that's got the delay, is it?
Fucking random porn user.
As long as I can hear my phone, so I'll just stick just one fucking headset thing on.
Yeah, it's not you, bro. You're not echoing at all. But I've got mine on too, but mine's muted. Mine's next to me and muted through my laptop. It always is.
I haven't even got YouTube
Shouldn't
on.
have anything to do with it. It's on a different fucking console or whatever. This is not starting. No.
Oh, okay. They fit your head? They wouldn't fit Jester's head.
I've got a pinhead, cunt. What are you talking about? Like a pinhead. Like my head is so, like, thin.
Like a dick, right? Dick head.
like a little one. Doesn't do anything, you know, either like for the sides or the length. Like it doesn't do anything. It's just.
I've just heard then, yes. And now you just go fucking faster than what you used to go, right?
Yeah, and he was on PS4 control. It's not like he had the fucking great PS5 controller.
Yeah.
Because like talking about Nismo, you know, went from the 4 to the 5, and he's especially since they changed the physics. Like he adapted straight away, and he's on control. Like something's wrong. I've still got the spinning circle, so it usually means I'm alright.
You're talking about your stream?
The game.
Oh, okay.
It's just doing its fucking thing. Yesterday I was trying to join it daily for like 5 minutes, and it was telling me, it just kept going, unexpected error, unexpected error. I'm like, what the fuck? I'm just trying to enter matching.
Like that.
I heard that with Super GT. I watched it on his. He had a big time on GTS too. I am connected. But lately our wireless has been poo. I would not want to go wireless again. But yeah, I think my console's fucked anyways. But it's not me. I've got the turn and circle. And I could chat and shit. Like I was. And even that shit, go back way back when. It was like I knew within a week or two who was glitched, who what, you know what I mean? All that stuff, and you're like, and you're trying to tell people, and all like,
Yeah, especially in fucking like nations, remember?
The chat thing. I'm like, type, you bastards, type. I'm like, who hasn't typed? Whoever hasn't typed, that's them. Leave. And then, you know, it'd take forever. Fucking 30 minutes, you know, we've missed the next matching.
Yeah. You know, it's even the best thing when you do sit there and you end up with about 4 in your fucking race and you still don't win.
Oh, I had that with the trial mountain one when everyone went with the Skyline, and I was going the Camaro, and I got 3rd out of a 6-people race. I was like, fuck yeah. Driving loose as. Yeah, this is fucked.
I've thought about sometimes just for fun going back to sport, and you know you get races where you'll only you'll have your mixture of fucking A pluses right through to fucking D's, and just being an absolute cunt just for the fun of it. Get a really bad name for Top Gun in GT Sport.
Yeah, you would. I'm not gonna bother. Yeah, it's at least like you can. I understand that, go to it for the fun of it, but in terms of like transferring that over to this, it doesn't help. Yeah, I know. Like, yeah. Oh, mate, if you want, are you in V-Man? You got the same thing or what, bro?
If you're just starting on the rule Chevy, why not? Because then
if you and me at least have the circle, we're good.
Who gives a shit about your DR and shit?
Yeah, same. I know. As long as I got that, I'm good.
I mean, if it affected your DR and your SR and everything on fucking 7 as well, then you wouldn't do it. But who cares?
But yeah, I'm just trying to say in terms of the physics and all that, like it's completely different now. Like that game is almost arcade compared to this one now.
I'm sure they're doing upgrades.
Everything's a lot more generous in that game. No, they haven't updated it, you fucking...
Where's Chevy
go
gets
watch
your sense of
the
humour?
Super GT video, cunt. He disconnected like fucking 5 times, man. Just trying to get his first race. And then he was racing with like 7 people, 8 people. And they were pretty feral. They were pretty feral, man. And they all had A ranks or A pluses or whatever.
Maybe you'll get like it did in fucking Black Ops 1, mate. Where you sit there and you'd end up on all these overseas servers.
My wheel.
Right, but every now and then you'd be the fucking host.
Me, well, there's 4 of us here. V-Man, you and me, 1, 2, son. This is done. Well done, V-Man. How good is it? That's perfect.
Are you actually doing races, are you?
Yeah.
Fucking raging. Fucking stab you stab.
Dude, I'm glad I was so engineered because I didn't give a fuck. I was just like, he's going off. But I kept like looking at the scoreboard, right, to be like, oh, is it that bad? And he's fucking top 3. Like, I was like, this cunt's going off. Like, he's raging anytime he gets killed, and he's number 1. Like,
I hate getting killed.
Oh, no, V-Man. You're not there. No. Yeah, he says he doesn't have a screen, and on our screen, he's sitting, there's a car still sitting at the grid. This is a joke. Yeah, and it's only got worse on this one. Well, they went through it on GTS, bro. Like, that's why I didn't play it at the start. I got the game at launch and it was fucked. Like, I should have known then. The fact that I got this game when it came out, I even got the limited edition silver console. I played it for about 2 months. Single player. Pretty much put it away because of multiplayer. What I did play was just a fuckfest. There was no honour to it. There was no ranking. There was no nothing. And the single player component of it was pretty fucking horrible. And then I picked the game up again 3 years later. 2020. It says so much about the last product. And here we are 8 months after release with what's meant to be the next big thing in racing. And we're having the same old shit. And it's next generation consoles too. So, and even with the PS4, there can't be any excuse because if it is GT, his car's not invisible too. Holy shit. If it isn't GTS version 2, why the hell, like, even if it was GTS version 2 but it's not meant to be, right, why were they not able to remove all those bugs and issues and everything that they had on GTS going to the PS4 version of this? Because it is just copy and paste. Just stay there, V-Man. You're still going to get 4th, bro. It's not delete, it's not eliminating you. Like, I swear your car's on the track. I might have a crack at you at the end of the race, if I can. But I swear, you're not a ghost. Your car is sitting there. Like, I reckon if I come around full tilt, you would stop me dead in my tracks. That's what I mean, yeah, the connection's still there. Stay in it for the DR, bro, 100%. You might need to probably reset after it though, because like I don't even know if you're going to get the end screen, you know? Yeah, he'll get 4th. It'll just time out. We're going to have to wait the fucking minute and a half after I finish.
Is there 4 of you in the race?
Yes. And I'm literally like driving around. I'm driving around like talking to you guys, like got grandma in the back.
What race are you doing?
Spa. Race team.
And there's 4 in it?
Yeah, it had an issue before it even got to the lobby.
Oh, okay, right. Yeah.
And there was heaps of us stuck there. And then it got to the lobby and went to go start the race after like fucking 2 or 3 minutes. I didn't even start the race until like I mean, it's 13 past now, I'm lap 2. So, yeah, good stuff. I mean, between the ghost and shit that I had, the ghost and shit that I raced against, these issues still, like, I don't, like, again, I'm not
so
going to rant, but I
racing?
just don't know what else I need to fucking
Who's
say
racing?
or show you guys to be like, well, there's a problem. I don't know, man. Just, V-Man's not racing because he's still got a
who
glitch.
is?
El Tipo AHR and
Yeah.
Handsome AI.
Okay, so what you do is you keep hunting one of them until they rage quit, and then
Nah,
V-Man can get a podium.
They're back there racing each other. They're having a good race. They're having a good race against each other.
Imagine it, yeah.
Yeah,
If
but
you
how's he
interfere,
going to
that-
come back from 8 laps down? He's already 3 laps down.
Yeah, but if they rage quit and just quit the fucking race,
Looks like they're having a good race against each other.
we'll interfere with it.
I'm fucking 7 seconds up the road, and I'm about 10 seconds slower than what I usually am. So just like,
Yeah, fucking. The
I
V-Man
got, one,
just
I
sitting there on
got
the
my
track all of a
armrest
sudden,
out,
second.
mate. I'm driving one hand down the straight. One hand. I'll try and drive one hand, alright? Oh, I can't because of downshifting. Fuck.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, it'd be sick if I had one, actually. That'd be cool. Then I could try it. It'd suit this car. I'd actually try it with this car. It's only got 5 gears. Shouldn't be too bad. Brocky. King of the mountain. Just waving at him. Wave at the marshals on the left. Hey boys. We're just having, sorry about this to the people at the track, we've had some technical issues. And what was meant to be, you know, your annual Spa daily fucking punt pest has now just turned into 4 Aussie blokes driving around. It's like a lobby, like got mates in it. There's just 4 Aussie dudes, all got decent connections. I mean, V-Man's here in spirit. He's passed out in his car. He's passed out, mate, before he even got started. He had too many bourbons before the race. He's getting some Z's in. That's why the car's still solid. He's got he's like got his foot on the neutral, but he's also got the foot on the accelerator, so it's just sitting there idling.
He's got it in drive and he can't start the fucking thing.
Could be that. I mean, I've seen the inside of it. It's got like 3 buttons and an accelerator and brakes, so... Like, no shit, I'm talking that much shit though. My lap 1's 3 seconds down, and my next 2 laps are 2 seconds down.
Hey, have you ever noticed when you go into the
11
pits,
and a half second lead.
there's guys that run across from the actual pits to the fucking board thing and straight back again, and they just keep doing it. So they've got to get their steps up or something.
I honestly don't know why they use the boards anymore. That blows my mind. They've got full radio contact the whole fucking time. Like, the boards, you can barely see them. They're a distraction. I don't understand. I've thought that for a long time now. I don't understand with the boards. Same with the guys sitting on the pit crew, especially when it comes to F1. Because they do it in V8s too. And it's like, you've got radio contact with the cunts. That's the Ferrari pit team with their fucking radio scrambler, mate. As they try and fucking figure out what Plan Z is. One voice is... The voice you don't recognise, V-Man, is Chevy. Chevy Glennie. Always in the chat.
Filling up of your
You're
exhaust
racing
pipe.
plenty.
Here, have my oil change.
Well, we're only halfway through the race and V-Man said he's up to plan Z, so he better wake up soon. Should I try and punt him yet? I've got 14-second lead.
Punch him across the line
slow
at
down,
least.
hang on. I'll have a look. Nah. As soon as I got close to him, he turned into a ghost. What a shame.
A bit like when we used to try and do those close 1-2
Would have been
finishes.
great, because imagine if I could have hit him, and then I saved the replay, and like I come around full tilt at the last lap, and I'd be like, who fucking parked their car?
No, just push him across the line at least. That was, you know.
No, I went straight through it. I slowed down to see if I could even give him minimal. Because if you go to ram someone fully, the game goes to you too, so... I still think it will. Yeah, he's distracted at the bus stop. He still thinks he's seeing the yeah, he still thinks it's the big red lights at the start line, but he's looking at the wrong lights. Some Swedish girl come over. She's wearing her Lederhosen.
Yeah, that's where we should get hold of Mike Meta and tell him that instead of being a Russian hacker and getting Medibank like he did, he should hack into this game and just have topless women all down the main straight or something in the crowd.
Well, you want to get Chopaghetti playing it again?
No.
You're going to bring him back from Assetto Corsa with dancing ladies in Gran Turismo? Guys, look, fuck! Oh, I crashed!
That was the only reason why I used to watch him, was for the dancing girls.
Of course.
As soon as he got rid of them, I didn't even fucking bother with him
probably how
anymore.
Danny became his #1 fan.
Danny probably was one of the dancing girls.
That's harsh.
Sorry, Danny. Sorry.
I reckon he'd have no tits.
No, I reckon if I'm ever in a race, we would just pump the shit out of him and still beat me by 2 laps.
I was going to say, that's being generous.
Yeah.
That's putting him down still. Because I was going to say, he wouldn't be in a race for you, you know, for starters.
Not that bad.
No, I know, but you wouldn't.
I want to race the Sirocco though. I want to see if there's stuff I can do in the online game that I can't do in the real car.
I imagine there's a lot.
Yeah.
Like bounce off walls and stuff.
I'll tell you what, when you stick...
And I mean, beat Ferraris. Like, that, you know, that's not going to happen.
When you stick the fucking suspension into sports mode, though, it's a nice ride.
V-Man, it might work, because, I mean, I am in the Days of Thunder livery, so I could get Tim out there to yell at him and be like, I don't care if he's a rival team, that's my man in the car, and you boys are going to get out there and push it. It's a great reference. You can be like fucking, what's his name? The Russ Wheeler team, where they get yelled at to go help Cole. Tim tells them, gives them what for. So you basically goes, I know you can't stole that engine from me, and he used to be my boy, and my boy's got a chance to win this, so go fucking help him. Good movie, one of the best. Have an ice cream, that's right. You might as well just get out, bro. Like, pull the blow-up dummy in the car, go hang out with Harry, get an ice cream. I'll see you soon. I just won't come into the way Cole did. You've had a rough day already. I love the noises he makes. Ah! You son of a bitch. I have a audio clip from that movie that is called Son of a Bitch, and it is how, like, it's every son of a bitch from the whole movie. And you'd be surprised, like, even Nicole says it at one point, you son of a bitch. it's so, son of a bitch, son of a bitch, son of a bitch, son of a, like, it just goes on, and you're like, holy fuck, this actually is like 2.5 minutes of total audio from the movie. Movie only goes for like 90-something minutes. 2.5 minutes of that movie is people just saying son of a bitch.
Better than 2.5 minutes of motherfucker.
No, that only comes out once or twice, but it's in the scene where he says son of a bitch a lot, and it turns into a lot more than that. And now, Cole, you're gonna have to calm down, Cole. Son of a... Dude, God damn a fuck... Son of a... It's just going off. It's so good. The next best one is like Antonio Banderas in fucking that Assassins movie when he gets shot like 4-5 times, something like that, and he's just like, fuck, God, cuck, sucker, fucking motherfucker, dick, like he just says them all, and he's like through gritted teeth, like it's the best scene. Pulp Fiction, yeah, that's definitely one. Did it?
Really? Son of a bitch!
Yeah, no, there's, I mean, well, I've got the warning. I've got it up there, the disclaimer. I think the only, like, if I limited it to kids not even allowed, you can't even protect it from that anyways, because of, like, spam bots and YouTube's fucking, half its existence is, like, spam bots and fake accounts and then children. So, like, if you make your content specifically not allowed for them, like, it limits so much, but in saying that, it's not like I have, it's weird, like, I don't think I'd ever get flagged for that because I'm not in a position for actually, like, being monetized or anything, so, yeah, it is what it is. But I'm pretty sure you can still swear on YouTube, like, just, yeah, you get flagged, yeah. Yeah, fucking wait for the stream to re-upload, go back, watch that last 5 minutes with captions on. It's going to be great.
You could probably race in the nude jester and put it on RedTube.
True. Oh, dude, so, because you see so many videos on that where it's like, dude gets, you know, mega fucked by, and then it's like a scene from a movie or a sporting event, and it's the hilarious shit. Like, it's like, dude gets fucked sideways, you know, and then it's like fucking Max smashing into Lewis or some shit. Like,
yeah. He said he's going to do it for his missus, but it was really for him.
new jokers. Hey, you want to know how I lost this towel? What's in the box? This is ridiculous. I wish I had handbrake, bro. I'd start doing this whole last lap handbrake. I could do it in this car, I reckon. You just tap it and then, like, slug it. As long as you kept it in third, didn't drop a gear, it'd chirp, and then it wouldn't have enough revs to spin. It'd just kind of bog itself back down. But it looked like you're trying to drift. Yeah, I know, bro. Oh, bro, I know. I'm coming through the second sector. About to come into the big sweeper left. It's about 5 seconds behind. I've got it playing next to me. Which isn't bad. Honestly, isn't bad. Usually it's a lot longer than that.
I'll probably be on a bit more on the weekend, Jester.
Like, yeah, I've just gone into the right, and now I can see myself going into the right. It's about 5 seconds behind, if that. Maybe, actually, for you, it might be a bit, yeah.
Is that all?
Yeah, 18.8 for me right now. You might still be a bit more behind because you're a viewer. You got to think I'm the one hosting it, and I have the stream up next to me live from the thing that's hosting it, so. Yep, 19.6. Yeah, you should. I reckon you're right on it, man. You've got the same feed that I do. And again, that'll just because there's low fucking volume. There's no one in it. We've all got good ping. Except V-Man. Poor cunt. Tasmania. Yeah, so AS, BS, BS, AS.
Tasmania.
Yeah. Yeah,
Apparently going to have an AFL team
It's the
soon.
furthest western island of New Zealand. Or eastern island, sorry.
Did you hear apparently they're going to have an AFL team soon?
Good.
Yep, they're going to be known as the Tassie Two Heads.
Oh, you fucking mon. They better be Tigers or Demons. Oh, sorry, Tigers or the Devils.
Ex-Tassie.
Do you reckon they could have a Devils? Because the Demons
He's had
are
the
already
surgery
there.
then, has he?
Do you reckon the Demons would cry foul if they tried to call themselves the Devils? Because Tigers is already gone. And that's pretty much, that's the two things. Anything else besides that is going to be pretty lame.
They can call themselves the Apples.
But no, they need a football team, bro. They've contributed so much to AFL. I don't
Why
care
don't they
for
just
footy,
call themselves... Why don't they call themselves the Vaginas? Everyone knows it's the Muppets.
You come from South Australia. Just shut up. Like, you and them are like equal Mexicans. Shut the fuck up. Like
the Tassie Muffs. The Tassie Muffs.
It's a nice place, mate. Tassie Maps. The Tassie
Go
Maps.
Snatchers. Go Snatchers.
The Tassie Cousins. This cunt. He's going off. Are you there, V-Man? Did you actually get out of the... It says you're still running. So yeah, you might want to exit out. No, I don't think he is. It says he's still running. So yeah, if you haven't, mate, reboot. But it's finished, so you will get the top 5. Wowie, and look at that. It took that late. Look at the time. So I've missed one. Oh, it was slow as, bro. Oh, that was, yeah, that's 20 seconds slow for me. But I was having a laugh.
So if you won by that much and you were that slow, what were the other two doing?
They were BS drivers, bro. They were close to each other. They were racing each other. It looked like it. Smashing a couple of boogs.
What country were they from?
Aussie. It was all Aussies.
Oh, were they?
It was 4 of us. And as soon as, like, I've been, even without all the other people there, I've been matching tops. So as soon as it went through, they would have just went, well, fuck this. One of them said straight away, it's going to be the best result I had all week. Top 5, guaranteed. So they're happy.
Yeah.
They don't care. I don't think they care. But we all missed out on the next race. So, I mean, for me, if anything, I probably lost DR doing that, even though I got a win.
Yeah, but you're in it for the wins, aren't you, mate? That's all you're in it for?
No, I was just in it to stream some... I was hoping for more actual American viewers at this time.
Yeah, but that's what it all takes, mate. You're just in it for the wins. The daily wins, that's all that matters. 8,000 races, 465 wins, but...
Game's playing up. Won't even load my profile or nothing.
I've just got my 500th win on GT7.
I know someone who has
how
that.
How many races you had?
You've got a mate who's got 500 wins. Yeah, I know.
What?
I think it's half as many, but he won't tell you that. I was actually looking through mine before. I was bragging to the missus about it.
I know you don't like him, but actually, I do know Dazza. He's actually...
Yeah, I know.
Nice guy.
I know, and I know, and he fucking retaliated to me criticising his driving by fucking trying to destroy me on track in a GTWS race.
Yeah, but that's part of the community.
Yeah, exactly. So fuck him and fuck them all.
Fuck you all.
All right, 501 total. So I've got less races than he's got wins. I've got 109 wins, 403 top 5s. out of 501 races. I think that's an incredible stat. Just the top fives out of that many races. The rest I don't care for. The wins I really don't. The fact that for a while there I still do. I've got more poles than wins, which is not a good stat in my opinion.
He'll call you Mark Webber.
And then also what I think is a good stat, having 84 fastest laps with that amount of wins, there's been a lot of fastest laps that would have been in there where I didn't win the race. Because there's so many fucking poles where I haven't won, I tell you that. Unrecorded. Like, your pole gets recorded no matter what, but the race might not. Yeah. Well,
yeah,
you know,
that's shit.
I think that says a lot about the community than me.
Fucking hell. See, I agree with Dazza then. You're just a dirty cunt, mate.
Okay.
That proves it.
Yeah. Where is he? Can we find it? We'll see if we can find him. We'll bring it out.
Yeah,
we've never brought out the fucking magnifying glass. Let's do it. You're making me do it. He's not on my friends list now, so we're going to have to find his name naturally. That means we'll go to race B and just...
Yeah, I was about to say, I can invite him into the chat if you want.
No, you can fucking tell him to fuck off. Look, Gav, honestly, right now, real fucking talk, you were a shit stirrer with them back in the fucking day, and you were laughing about it then, and I was getting blamed. Shut the fuck up, seriously, hear me the fuck out. It was causing shit then, and you let it play, and play, and play, and play, and it caused the resentment and rift back then, and you were doing it, and I was getting blamed. So shut the fuck up when it comes to this shit, because I've had enough of them, alright, and you haven't been around to deal with it, and Chevy's had enough. He's having a laugh now, but he ain't the fucking victim either, and he's got his little fun accounts. So I don't, and I'm being accused of shit. I'm done with it. It's not a joke anymore.
Why don't you rename your account?
Cause again, you're like Chevy, mate, telling me to fucking, if not punch on with them, go create a troll account. Yeah, funny cunts.
No, not create a troll account. Just fucking rename your Know This Is Jester. They won't have a clue who you are. And just
yeah, because I don't stream.
Don't stream under Know This Is Jester.
You idiot. Yeah, so change my identity or my ways or whatever because of issues that are happening that I am not responsible for.
Just ignore it, mate. It's just a fucking game.
Again, yeah, and then when all the shit hit fan back then, you were like that too, and you were the one causing the shit. So just relax on that too.
I didn't cause anything. All I did was start a new team.
You were recruiting.
Yeah.
And then
but that's up to each individual person. They either join or they don't.
All right, here we go. We found him, 148th in the world. I can't look at him. Oh, yeah, because I blocked the cunt. I can't view his profile. Of course it is. You fucking idiot. Dumb question. I said I wanted to find him. I found him. What's going on, Maxie? Yeah, no, I know. He had a time in the Mustang. Anyways, it's just stirring the pot if I even go and look. But my point is my point. A long time ago, and I'm over it. Alright, I don't hate the man either. But I haven't gone out of my way to fucking destroy his race.
The whole thing is, unless you actually know people personally, you can't hate them anyway. I mean, you can dislike their driving and their stuff. No, I don't think
they think they know me personally because I stream or whatever. As I've spoken about this heaps. That they think I have this fucking international audience like Super GT or whatever. That anything
that's the same as people saying they hate Loopy, who went back in the day when he streamed too. It's just you don't know the guy, you don't know his personality, you don't know his circumstances.
When it comes to every single issue that they apparently have with me, I don't even race the cunts. Full stop. All right, and then when I did race him, Gav, that's what happened. So
all I'm saying is you can dislike people on the game.
I haven't retaliated physically. I've deleted said persons. I have received threatening messages and been told that I'm the one that needs to pull my head in and I'm a dirty cunt. So I know what's happened to me. I know the viewers seen it too. I never even went and made content out of it. And believe me, I fucking wanted to. Okay, it was like not only did he try to get me in quali and fail and qualify last, and then I put myself into the top 3, have critical engine damage as I do in lap 1, and he still has a swing at me because it's the only time he can catch up to me. If you'd seen it, mate, it was.
I was watching that
He
night.
was full red mist mode, and I had no interaction with him, none. And then his chat bar is coming up for the whole remainder of the night, trying to distract me, trying to troll me, trying to put. I don't even know what he was saying. Like he was clearly there as a viewer and responding through the game. Weak, stupid.
Yeah.
Belittled old man.
Been through
all
it
right?
before.
Yeah, exactly. So stop telling me to get over it and calm down and just leave it when there's 50 of the cunts.
Get over it and calm down. All I'm saying is, and it's not just you, it's everyone. It's a game. You don't know the people personally on there. You can dislike them for their driving and their comments, etc. That's fine.
Yeah, you can hate me all you want.
You don't know people personally. Unless your mates like Muzzer and fucking Auto were, who are actually good mates, then, you know.
All right.
In the end, it comes down to it is just a game. You don't know the people on it. I mean, I don't know you. Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, and then you still get a dumb cunt that doesn't like fucking Joshua 888 that doesn't give a fuck about it and still does it.
Yeah, but you see, my point is, right, my point is I can have shit races, punting everyone and then punting me, this, that, and getting angry and carrying on. If I go out for dinner that night, I don't even think about it. I wake up the next morning and it's not an issue to me.
These cunts live on the game, Gav.
Yeah, I know, but that's what I'm saying.
That's like the gatekeeping stuff. I've brought up the gatekeeping stuff, especially with Race B. Fuck off with your gatekeeping shit. You know, like literally where they'll message the group and go, oh, this cunt just bumped into me, and then 6 of them show up in the next race and take that cunt on. Fuck off.
It is a game. When it starts interacting into your real life, then it's an issue.
I think you asked me the other day too. I was up to 291 total collection. I couldn't look at it the other day for some reason.
I'm up to 330 or something.
Nice. Yeah, so you've... Yeah, I've gone hard though, Chevy. Like, any money I've earned, I've spent. And I mean, the amount of car I've probably... Like, I will tell you, actually, it's in the stats. The customization one. Tuning. I've spent 35.7 million on tuning and 2.4 million on customization. That's the big one for me. You look at that, that's $37 million. Imagine that going into cars. 148. Oh no, is what I've spent, yeah, total. 148 million. So yeah, 37. It's crazy.
Yeah. Hey,
mate, any game, any video game, isn't that life? He's never watching, bro. Honestly,
he's never watching. He's not watching.
He's never watching.
Oh, that's good. Because all I was going to say,
he drops in for 2 seconds.
All I was going to say is, you're a decent guy. Daz is a decent guy. Meta's just a cunt. So just leave it at that.
Don't upset it. Now he's effectively, because he knows he's. So Gav's like a classic old school bully in a way, in terms of like the way he gets close to his mates or people in general is once he's got close to him and he's found something that they will react to, he will poke and prod at it, and then when because it's humour to him and it's funny, and then when they explode, he's like, oh, why are you upset? It's just a joke. Because we all know, like in life, people love dealing with that shit. But it's Gav's biggest trait, and I can deal with it to a point, where I just tell him, shut the fuck up. I've had enough of your shit. I know he's only poking and prodding and being an asshole, so Meta, don't be upset about Gav picking on your physical appearance. He's probably just self-conscious himself.
How long you been streaming for?
Today, not long. 100 minutes.
100 minutes. He's not going to watch 100 minutes of your stream.
He wouldn't even be
awake. I know,
awake
and
yet.
he's not going to go in and watch 100 minutes of your stream.
He doesn't watch a minute of my stream.
That's right. So we can get away with it.
Well, you upset him yesterday, mate. You should apologise.
I will apologise to him.
He called you a prick. And you didn't really do it, like you were just having a lot, like you were just laughing and being a bully, but he specifically called you a prick. So yeah, I think in that case you've upset someone. No, yeah, everybody missed it because it was said to me, which means, and that's why I told Gav, I'm like, you upset him. Not nice. He's probably not there now, but yeah, he tuned in as I was basically telling Gav to get fucked.
I can tell you now. I can tell you now. I reckon if Maxie and I ever caught up, we'd have the biggest fucking laugh.
I think a lot of us would.
Maxie comes across as having the same sort of personality and attitudes and sense of humour as what I do.
Yeah, but do you understand what I just said too on the find something, pick on it, and then... Because that is a trait you have, mate. It is. Like, it's a thing that people do to each other, brothers, siblings, partners, whatever.
Sometimes it works in the positive.
It does. Some people respond to it. Some people respond to it in the same way and throw that banter back. And that's more of a yesteryear thing. Our generation's a little softer. We're a little, not so rough around the edges. Our skin's a little bit more white tinged. And I'm talking about myself too, because I clearly react to all this stuff.
It is a positive thing.
And I am a skinny little white boy, so I can understand skinny white boy physical appearance problems. Just
get a haircut.
Mate, you've said that to me for like 3 years. Like, I still haven't had a haircut. It's not happening. Yeah, it's not happening. It's not happening. I'm just getting greyer.
Yeah.
I don't think he's that bad. He did grow up on a farm, so I don't think he's that bad. Like, legit, he probably had a fucking shit house as a teenager, growing up on a farm.
Who's that?
Meta. Growing up on a farm with quirky parents in fucking rural South Australia.
Yeah. I grew up on a fucking
Why do you think he became a fucking regional card game champion? No,
I grew up on a fucking fruit block in regional South Australia in the Riverland, mate.
Yeah, it looks
like most of my time out in the bully.
You're a bully.
I spent most of my time out in the motorbike.
You know who JBL is? You're the JBL of Gran Turismo. You're a bully. You got to put your big Texan hat on and fucking just start abusing people. And thinking, and then when, you basically make someone break down into tears, you're going to be like, it's only fun, you little... So, yeah, JBL, mate, that's who you are.
A bit like Rip from Yellowstone.
He's not that bad. Rip wouldn't be that bad, mate. Rip's got better. Rip's a beautiful human, don't you ever. Nah, he's great. Have you watched the new episodes?
Yeah.
Nero reference, bro. Even Sparrow was like, holy shit, Rip. I was like, yep, same. Where'd that come from? Beth thought the same.
Oh, did you think that the kid playing Carter had changed?
He's not. He's the same kid. He grew up, dude. It's the same kid.
I know.
Which is why they did a time jump again. They did a 9-month time jump. If you didn't notice.
Yes, I did. But then when I saw the kid, I'm thinking, what the fuck's this?
And why they had his character be like, holy shit, is that you? Is that actually you? Yeah, he grew up. The same as the other one. The other one still looks more the same, but Carter, he looks way different now. He's maturing. Doesn't look like a chubby little fucking shit stain now.
I like him. I think he's got the best personality.
He is a cool... his character's great, bro. Like, he was a bit of an asshole at the start, especially with Beth. Like, trying to take advantage of her and shit, but he's a cool kid. He's really cool. His character arc with John last season was beautiful. I love it. It's the best show. And Rick is probably my favourite character too, so...
Who's the one that's left? What's his name? The skinny dude.
Jimmy.
Yeah, he was my favourite.
Love him. He did
awesome.
become, at the start, I felt like he was a character that was getting forced on you. Like, you know, was the dumb shit that you're meant to feel for. And, like, as it went on, I was like, nah, he's amazing. And by the time he went to Texas, came back, like, and had his bit with John at the end, I was like his bit with, I can't think of his name, but the old man, he couldn't even say goodbye. Like at the end of last season, he didn't say goodbye. He just walked away. I've had moments with Yellowstone that broke me so hard inside. Like that poor old man, and he'd done some horrible things in that season because he was lashing out. You know, like losing Jimmy, losing the girl. Like, fucking love that bloke. When they do the flashbacks, they do an incredible job making him look young again.
Yes.
Incredible job.
CGI, you reckon?
It is, 100%. It's the de-aging thing, but it's like way better than what they did with De Niro and the Irishman. He looks like like I've seen that dude from movies in the late 80s and shit, you know, and what he looked like then. He looks like that. Like it's exactly the same. He's cool. I love him. His character's great. The way he's taken on Carter now, like even that was like when Jimmy left and he was all upset, and then he realised, like with Carter, he was like, oh, I can take this kid in. You were like, yeah, good on you, old man. He's got no family and shit, you know? Like even with the girl, you can understand why he was upset. It was never going to work. But like he's cowboy through and through, but he's got a heart. Like, same with John. John's a prick though. He's a horrible person. The Jamie stuff, that kills me.
John needs to pull his fucking head out his ass, mate.
He does, but he never will. Like, and you got to. But I think even this new direction for him, like, I genuinely think, I think this might be the last season from Kevin Costner. This new direction from him seems like everything he does now is just pure. No fucks given. It's for the ranch and the ranch only, and we go from there. It's not bad.
I'm waiting for Jamie to get some balls and
as
smash
I pointed
it.
out to the young fella earlier, it's missing some key names, like 4 or 5 of them, and I would normally be much further down it as a result. Yeah, a lot of them are not there, bro. I mean, at least 3 that are always in front of me, 2 distincts, 1 former, MG, etc., etc. Where there's no, I can't even think of their names now. A couple of the good Japanese blokes that I have.
Mate, there are so many just don't play the game when there's no FIAE sort of stuff, whatever it's called now. They just don't give a fuck about it. They're not into dailies and shit. They just want to try and get in the top 2 so they can go for an overseas trip. Bit like Meta.
And yeah, also the way they've laid out the release of this season. 1923 will debut the moment Yellowstone finishes.
Yeah.
Which is fucking... They're just so good with that shit. And watch Tulsa King, bro. Watch it.
You've been watching Andorra?
No. Don't even know what that is.
That's the Star Wars one.
Oh, Andor. Andorra, you fucking mong. No, I haven't yet. I was going to wait for it in its entirety. That was one series where I truly was just like, because I loved Rogue One, it's great, but it was a movie that was like, we already know how this turns out. So, like, having a TV series that leads into that, I was just like, why? But I've heard incredible things. Especially Andy Serkis in the most recent episodes. Like, Cunts are like saying he needs an Emmy nomination from his work in Star Wars. And I mean, the dude's been nominated for Oscars for, you know, Gollum and King Kong and shit like that. So, yeah, I love him. I will check it out, though. The movies.
Yeah.
Yeah, 100%. I'm not going to rag on them too much, because when Force Awakens came out, I did really enjoy it, even though it was a direct rip of A New Hope. I did really enjoy Force Awakens.
It was a good movie.
The second one,
very good movie.
It instantly went way off path, all the Luke stuff and all that. But in saying that, the second one had one of the coolest moments. Like, I don't care how much people hated Luke's death. For me, that was like the coolest Jedi moment ever. Like, he use so much force ability to basically project himself to another fucking planet and fight his, you know, evil traitor nephew. In saying that, the whole Kylo Ren story arc was one of the worst things ever. I hated him for Han. I hated him for Luke. And then in 3, they somehow made me like him going good again and teaming up with Rey. Like, it was one of the misjointed... They had no idea what they were doing with it from the first movie to the third. But there was still just so many key moments in it for me, visual or not, that were just, oh, look at this. Like, so, like, I still had those moments, but Rogue One is the best movie that is since Disney have taken over. And Rogue One was essentially like, brilliant. It was like them just going, okay, what mission got them that data? That's all it was, you know, and it made for 2 hours of like genuine action intenseness, like, and the final moments of the movies are like some of the most beautiful Star Wars moments ever shot in cinema. So they have done some good, and then you look at the TV shows and they've fucking knocked it out of the park. I won't even, when it comes to Disney and Mando and Boba Fett, I'm not going to bring up no criticism. Like, if I do, I'm being a super nerd. So I think they've nailed it there. And then on the Marvel side, I think they're oversaturating it. There's been some good TV shows there, but they're doing too many. And now the quality of the movies is dropping off as a result too, because they're moving into all these other tier characters. They really need the X-Men to hurry up and come into the MCU for that to get good again. But I think Disney and Star Wars it's a work in progress. They're doing well in some points, but suffering greatly in the other. Like with the movies, bro, they had so many plans after Force Awakens, and we've seen where it went. So, and then like, they're not doing anything now, you know. Like, I know. But he fucked his whole fucking fan base too. You got to think of the original prequels, all right? So like, and I loved them. I grew up with them. Yeah, but he's straight. Have you read his plans for the third trilogy? It would have been the fucking most midi-chlorian filled whack shit ever. Like, the Willows and shit. Like, the prequels, bro. How much did he change it just for a cash grab? He changed his own... And I love the prequels. I grew up with the originals. That's my life. And then when I was 13 and those prequels come out, I was like, we're getting Star Wars in fucking cinema form, and it's the most beautiful thing ever.
The prequels weren't that bad.
I don't think they were. Again, first one, good. Second one, bad. Third one, my favourite Star Wars movie of all time.
Yeah, ever. Take out the whole Jar Jar Binks bullshit.
It's not that bad, man. Fuck, you're such a you're almost like a, you know, you see an article or a headline or something that's the common thing and you just attach to it. He wasn't that bad.
From
he was
day
funny.
one when I watched it,
you got to think about it from a kid's point of view. Like, how many things were done in the original movie? Like, all right, how many people hated C-3PO?
No one.
Oh, fuck off, mate. Even growing up, my dad didn't like it.
Yeah, but you got to realise, I'm a lot older than you, so when the prequels came out, I didn't see it as childish humour. My dad's 5 years older
than you, bro. My dad's 5 years older than you, and he
so
still
I don't see
grew up
Jar
Star
Jar
Wars.
Binks as childish humour. To me, it's just shit.
It was there to help entertain the kids and to sell merch. That's all it was. The same movie gave you Darth Maul, bro. So, like, fucking Darth Who? Like, honestly, he's not that bad. Jar Jar's a good character. He becomes, like, and through all the other stuff, he becomes more important than he is. Like, he's important to Naboo. He's important to the Queen. He becomes a sick cunt. And because of the reaction to him, they just completely retconned any other further appearances he had in the movies. It destroyed that guy's career. He literally nearly killed himself. That's Star Wars fans in a nutshell. It's so fucking horrible. And they did it again to the Asian girl in the new one and the black guy. Because he's black. It's just Star Wars fans. Those old fans, they're like that. It's fucking horrible and disgusting and backwards. They need to get over it. It's gatekeeping. Fandoms go on for 50, 60 years. Be grateful that happens. Like, look at fucking Lord of the Rings. You're horrified to see what it's become now on Amazon. but be grateful that the books existed for that long, and then they had the cartoons first, which were the worst thing in the world, and then that someone redid them 30, 40 years later and turned them into the greatest thing ever. It can happen, you know, and then they turned that into a cash grab too, and it just went downwards in value. Like, it's Star Wars fans, and I am one of them, bro. My whole, you've never seen it, my whole thigh is tattooed in Star Wars. From my fucking hip bone to my kneecap is like Star Wars tattoos. I love this shit. And all OG Star Wars, the Empire, Vader, Fett, Imperial Trooper, Stormtroopers, all that shit. I love it. I was raised on it. There's something to love about all of them. If we just hate on it, we're never going to enjoy anything ever again. And that's what we're all becoming. TV shows, movies, all of it. We all just want to hate on any of it. Be grateful that your fandom is continuing. They can never replicate that original moment, but in some cases it can be turned into something better. Whoever thought the Blade Runner fucking sequel would be a good movie, let alone better than the original? Aliens, and then look where it's at now. And, or, you know, I'm sure if they, like, if someone could remake Aliens now and make it good, or did a series and made it good, if anybody just made Aliens good again, I'm sure the world would rejoice. Like, Star Wars at the moment, you can't hate on it because you've got Mando and Boba on TV. Like, I get that they changed it. But, bro, you don't understand. Like, they destroyed the whole book universe, right? And the book universe never existed in the movies, right? There are like 35 books that have been written with Lucas's permission, but he had nothing to do with them. Those people built out 10,000 years of Star Wars lore and history around the Skywalker saga. Lucas only ever wrote the Skywalker saga. Like, everything else that's come since then was what they did outside of that, right? Then the Disney acquisition wiped all that out, and people were very upset, but it was only in books and video games in terms of canon, it getting taken out. 6 months, a year later, Disney, anything they're announcing is bringing back all those things, and they're getting praised, you know, and all the new stuff that you see now in terms of like the TV shows and the lore and like all the Mandalore stuff in Boba Fett, especially the Mandalore and Mando, the planet, all that shit. George Lucas had nothing to do with it. Nothing to do with it. He created Boba Fett, which was just meant to be a badass stormtrooper. Everything, like, he didn't even create the word Mandalorian. And think about that, like, Disney's acquisition wiped out that, and then they see the outcry, and they brought it back, and now it's the biggest thing they have. A silver Mandalorian holding Baby Yoda. And boom, Star Wars is the biggest thing in the world again. So, yeah, I get it. But Lucas barely created fucking anything of his actual... He created the original characters, the space opera. And even he was heavily criticised when he made the prequels. And heaps of people loved the prequels. And that's actually why he sold, because of the criticism that he got. And now he's sold it saying, I don't want anything to do with it. Yeah, don't change it, but I don't want anything to do with it. And now he is being super critical of it after the sale, but it's making more money than it's ever made before. I think he's just a little jealous, because he sold all the merch rights too, and that's how he used to make his money off of it. So yeah, it's a tricky thing, but I honestly think Star Wars, I get it. Lucas he gets painted as a saviour, but at the same time, he's a pariah to his own product himself. He has butchered it long before Disney did. Milked it. He's re-released that trilogy more times than Bethesda have released Skyrim. I know that. I agree with that too. I agree, yes. But in saying that too, it's hilarious about Star Wars and the world that it inhabits, because the way the tech went backwards magically, mysteriously, and still happens to the further we get in technology, and it's meant to be like prequels and set further back, but we're seeing shit that absolutely did not exist in the original movies and looks way cooler. Because yeah, if you think about that, like Star Wars and the Empire, when the Empire took over, man, the universe really went to shit. Because like if you see all the shit that was around before them, you're like, fuck, these guys were way better off than the guys on the Death Star.
Okay.
Oh, that's dope.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I definitely wasn't lucky enough to experience it in the cinemas. My dad was. I mean, I don't think he's seen the original. He told me Empire was like the first one that he went and seen. But, you know, I grew up with him on VHS, and he wasn't the biggest Star Wars guy ever, but he just made me watch those movies, and I grew up.
I have a better idea. I have a better idea. Disney should take over. And what they should do is bring out a series on Pennywise the Clown. I mean, he's killed a lot of kids.
There is a series coming. There is a series coming.
Is there?
Yes. I thought, yeah. There's a series based in the Derry universe or whatever it is.
On the game. Yeah, I've heard something about that.
Yeah, isn't there a show coming, Bub, for Pennywise? It's coming, or is it already out? It's coming. It's like HBO or Netflix or something like that. Someone big, or Amazon. Yeah, that's what I thought. It's about Derry, and because Derry's the one that has the curse and etc. So yeah, it's coming, Gov. Have you watched the new Chucky TV show?
No.
Gav? No? Okay.
I was never a huge Chucky fan.
He said he was never the biggest Chucky fan. The show's really good.
Yeah, no, I was more Freddy Krueger.
Yeah, he's OG.
Michael Myers.
Yeah, Big Four, bub.
I'm actually looking at buying a full
Halloween,
latex
Nightmare Friday, and what?
Halloween, Michael
Nightmare
Myers
Friday,
one.
and what? Big 4. Yeah, I'm saying to Gav, like, what's the fourth one? Because that's where Chucky does fit in. He is in that era. He's only a couple years later than him, but he can't stand in a mugshot with him.
No.
Oh, Leatherface, there you go. That is, yeah. Pinhead. Yeah, true, the Big 4. So it's really just the Big 3 and then whoever you choose to have as the fourth, which is basically what the metal version of Big 4 is, because Anthrax ain't shit. Metallica, Megadeth, Slayer, Anthrax. That's the Big 4 of thrash. Really should just be like the Big 2 or the Big 1 or whatever, but with horror, I would say the Big 3.
What about Whitesnake, Bon Jovi, and
fuck
fucking
off, that's not metal,
Poison?
you fucking idiot. It's hair metal, which even that is an insult to the word that gets attached to it.
Yeah.
But I love Bon Jovi, nothing wrong with it. There's nothing wrong with it, but it's not fucking metal. I hate that. Steel Panther shit, get your tits out.
What about Quiet Riot?
Do you know Pantera were like that before? Pantera were like that. They made 2 albums that were glam. Before, you should see the photos of them before they became Pantera. It's hilarious. They look like fucking Motley Crue. They look like Motley Crue's older sisters.
Crue.
That's what they look like.
What about Quiet Riot? Where do they fit in?
They're cool. They're actually cool. Queensryche, all that shit. Dude, I don't hate the music. It's just not metal. I hate the first even whatever metal, even close to it, wasn't even metal. It was heavy rock or hard rock or dark rock, whatever. Not Iron Maiden, Black Sabbath, 77. That first distortion note of Iron Man, that was metal. That was the first thing. All that early 80s shit, actually no, power metal was power metal. Early Iron Maiden. Bon Jovi, no. Bon Jovi does not have one song that even comes close. Nothing. No, and I love Bon Jovi. I love Bon Jovi. He's nothing but a hit maker.
Have you noticed how sexist he is,
Motley
Chevy?
Crue? You see me. I refuse. I hate Motley Crue. I only ever used one Motley Crue song. It was Kickstart My Heart. That's not even metal. It's just a
he
great
hasn't
rock
mentioned
song.
Heart once.
Heart are alright. Nothing wrong with that. Venom. Fucking no, bro.
Oh, they were
I
at
know
the start.
you love Guitar Hero too, cunt. Guitar Hero, like I already knew all that music, but Guitar Hero was like, gave you an excuse to go, nah, this music's actually cool. Fucking, what's wayward song? What is it? Carry on my wayward son. That's metal, mate. I'd say that's more metal than fucking Bon Jovi. Carry on my wayward son. I'll be there when you... The song from Supernatural. Don't you cry, no. Uh-oh, I'm dead. Fucking hell, Gav, look what you made me do. Oh, I'm dead. I'm dead. Broken the car, I got a big penalty.
There's the chance for you
Talking
yet.
too much shit. No, I'm talking too much shit, bro. Like, the guy was probably on mediums, too. I haven't been racing. I'm talking too much shit. Just whatever, who cares? I don't
You
care.
sounded a little bit like my old man did back then, Chevy, when I was a kid. And he'd take me to the footy and Port would lose, and I'd get upset. And on the way home, he goes, all right, mate, doesn't matter. Go home, have a bath, have some dinner, and watch the replay. They might win that. I fucking fall for it every time. Yeah, I'd fall for it. God, they fucking lost the replay too.
Because he thinks it's a replay. Well, dude, there was a point where... I don't know how, this is how dumb children are. Dumb I was with children. I would have been 5 or 6. I thought that, like, everything you were watching was live.
Reality
So, like,
TV right from the start.
Right. So everything, though. So, like, my dad puts in a video, and I'm like, do they have to do this every... It was something along those lines of, like... And my dad was like, what? I'm like, how are they acting, like... And he was like, what? I don't know, like... But he tried to, like, tell... And I was like, fuck, I was dumb. He was like, you asked too many questions. It's like, yeah.
See, when TV started, it was actually just reality TV.
Well,
it was just those variety shows and shit.
Yeah, that's what I mean, like, light entertainment.
Yeah.
Graham Kennedy and shit, yeah. 2 channels.
Paul Hogan show, John Lane, all that sort of old crap,
variety
you know?
shows.
Melbourne Tonight, all that. It was all just all live shit.
All live, I know.
Moonface.
Yeah, I grew up with Bert. I got no problem with Bert.
Love Bert. Everyone loves Bert.
He was a legend. Probably closeted, and it's a shame that he stayed closeted his whole life, but he's a legend. Yeah, mate, he's more than... My nan fucking idolised him. My nan died fucking 20 years ago and she was 88. So, yeah, that's how much of a... That's how far back he goes.
Graham Kennedy.
Yeah, that's what started it. I know all that.
What a champion.
The king. Ah!
Yeah.
My nan always did that.
Yeah.
She never swore, but she'd always do the crow impersonation. Yeah, well, that's what I meant. Graham Kennedy, that's what I'm saying. That's why I reckon him and Bert were fruits. That's the, like, long circulating... Him, Don Lane, all that shit. And fuck, like, look at the stories from, like, Richard Pryor about the 70s. He's like, man, I sucked everyone's dick. Nah, Richard Pryor was fucking already a megastar in the 70s. It was just because of how much coke he was on. And, you know, they're at a party, they get drunk. Like, fucking, the missus reckons he got it on with Marlon Brando. After he died. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, but it's a shame that back then it was all closeted and all, you know what I mean? Like, it was all happening, but it was not happening. Yeah, I know. Yeah, all the celebrities. Yeah, I know. Celebrities especially, if anything, they were deviants themselves. Like, yeah.
It's the same with the two Corys, mate, and all that sort of shit. Everyone fucking knew about that in Hollywood.
Yeah,
just
but
the rest of the world didn't.
One of them was raped.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, the rest of the world had no idea.
That may or may not be Charlie fucking Sheen. Jesus, man. Yes, it was. It was Charlie, one of the yes. No, he was like fucking 8, 9 years older than him. He was 21 years old when it happened and Feldman was like 13. It's fucking horrible. And there's all this come out like just before he killed himself, and they were trying to stop him from releasing this info for like a decade. Hollywood blacklisted him. Every time he was trying to make docos and shit about it, they were fucking, like, buying out the company and deleting, like, the amount of things that happened to stop that kid from getting his story out, and then he still got it out, nothing happened. Charlie Sheen still lives like a celebrity, and the kid killed himself fucking 8 months later. Good stuff, Hollywood. And then the Harvey Weinstein shit started coming out. And the fucking...
Hollywood's been screwed up fucking well before then. You only got to go back past Marilyn Monroe and all of it.
It's like what's his name? Cosby. It's like that shit, alright? It's like that. It's a monster that's been allowed to fucking cultivate on TV. And Hollywood has let it happen and actively went about trying to, you know, not so much keep it happening, but they didn't do anything about stopping it. They tried to sweep it under the rug for however long, and the Corey story is horrible, bro, and I wasn't even a fan of him. I don't care about those late 80s kind of teen heartbreak movies. They're not.
What was that fucking nightclub that River Phoenix died out? That's it. Like, imagine what used to go on in there.
No, imagine what used to go on at Studio 54, mate. Brooke Shields was 11, walking around in a fucking crop top. Gross.
I watched a documentary the other week on Molly Meldrum. Mate, fucking some of his parties would have been absolute belters.
About him too, but I reckon he's a legend too.
I love Molly.
I reckon he's a dead set legend, Molly Meldrum. One of the just genuine most human.
What I'm saying is, can you imagine some of his fucking parties?
He's like a Gandhi of rock star guys, because he's like, you know, why can't everybody just chill out? Even when you look at like all the music that he used to be into and all reviewing, it didn't matter what it was. He was like, this is rad, fucking.
It's a very good documentary, actually.
But yeah, he'd be the least judgmental fucking. And like, you look at him with Sam. Whenever him and Sam are sparring, he used to fucking put Sam in his corner so many times. Even Sam would be flabbergasted, you know? And then they'd make a joke about, oh, it's not the first time Molly's made Sam shut his mouth. Ha ha ha.
Well, the whole thing is, what you got to realise is both very intelligent men, both of them.
Oh, no, I have no doubt about it. That's what I mean, like Sam would think he's smarter than Molly. But in those situations where Molly shut him down, it was really funny. You'd see you get chuffed. But yes, I know how smart Sam is, man.
Molly's actually a very smart person, though. That's the whole thing.
Yeah, I'm not doubting that he isn't. But he's an animal, too. He's a fucking machine.
Yeah.
I mean, why do you think he fell off his fucking roof, bro? Cunt's like on the gear. He's like, oh, I gotta get the Christmas lights up. Fucking Christmas lights. He's like peeking off his head, 65 years old, climbing up a ladder. I can do it. He would have been on it until, I reckon he was on everything until he fucking hit his head. 100%.
And now he's probably on more.
No, he'd be, he is a bit of a cabbage now. It's becoming,
just
I was going to say, it's
pain
stuff.
Exactly,
now. It's pain stuff now. You can tell his speech and shit. But Molly was pepped up forever, eternally. And when it's Molly. I'm not accusing, but I know he says he... But I reckon, like, fuck, Lemmy was still doing it till he was 70. Keith Richards. Molly's the same. It's the same vein.
Keith Richards is only 20 years old.
Yeah. He's been 20 years old for 70 years.
Yeah, but Keith Richards he's like a dog, mate, in reverse.
I know. Believe me, I think he's a freak.
Each 7 years is one for him.
Him and Ozzy, to a degree. Ozzy's finally starting to go now, and it's interesting because Ozzy, like, was more fucking... heroin, alcohol, shit like that, whereas Keith has only ever been like speed, acid, everything like that. And Keith still goes hard, he still goes to JD a day. He's the same age as Ozzy. Ozzy's fucked now. Keith is still completely coherent and intelligent, and it's amazing to me. Like, it's like anything they ever said about don't do this, don't do that, you'll die. Keith Richards. Like, and it's not something to look up to, but it's like, it's an amazing aspect nonetheless. He's 80 something and he still lives like that.
Right,
like,
I just love all the memes that come out about him, like one where they sit there to say he was the midwife at Betty White's birth and stuff like this.
Yeah, he's been around forever. See, but Mick looks worse. Yeah, I feel bad for him. The speech thing's really bad now, and like the fact that he still tries to record music and play concerts and shit, I couldn't imagine hearing him try to sing Crazy Train now. Like, it'd be bad.
Be like
It's a
a
shame.
bit of
And I
meatloaf,
think
would
his
it?
missus has fucked him a bit too. She's controlled a lot of his career for the last 20 years. Like, she's responsible for getting him clean, but at the same, like, she has controlled the man to the point where he's like, he doesn't even
Well,
know
there you
where he
go.
is or what he's doing half the time because she's got him on that much of a
You
leash.
should email
Like,
you should email the AFL Jester, get them to bring Aussie out for the halftime entertainment show.
he'd probably sing as half a good job as Meatloaf did.
That's it. That's what I mean.
Like,
Get angry Anderson to do a song.
oh my god, when a fucking Sharon, what's the lyrics? Fuck, where am I? Is this This not football, that's not Leicester. You should see him, bro. Like, no, legit though, she's moving him back to England.
With Victoria.
She's
Are we
moving
at the
him back to
Queen's
England
house, are we?
though, because of some bullshit that happened. She got kicked off that stupid TV show she's on, The View or whatever, because she defended Piers Morgan when they're saying like Piers Morgan's being racist towards Meghan Markle, and she didn't defend racism, whatever, but defended free speech, blah blah blah. She gets kicked off the show, and now she's saying, you know, oh, the Osbournes have been cancelled. So she's like actively, like, she's lost her job, and she's like going, oh, America hates us, and she's packing them up and moving them to UK. And I seen like a recent interview Ozzy was doing with like a podcast, and they were asking him about going back. He's miserable, he's sad, he does not want to go, and it's fucking sad because it just sounds like he has no say whatsoever. Just because his missus is at war with the media, they're going. Like, and he doesn't want to go. He's like, I'm an
It's probably
American.
good he has no say. She wouldn't be able to
years.
understand him anyway.
Yeah, it's true. Fucking fucking.
I've got something to say about this, Sharon. Fucking, I ain't coming up to
But still,
London.
man, it's just he's a legend. He's always been funny though, bro. But even the look at any of their candidates. Yeah, he's puffed out. Look at Bernie Sanders. He was their candidate and he was asleep at all the functions and shit. And yet he was one of the people's choice.
Yeah. Fucking joke.
Yeah, he's old. He's fucking 80. And he's really tall. You know what it's like when you're really tall and you get old? Your fucking body starts to fucking fail ya. Yeah, that's America.
Exactly.
That's literally the greatest example of world politics and the power of the world. An old fucking white religious fossil telling us what to do. Telling the world what to do. That's why
I'm
all the
going
other
to tell
countries get
that
upset.
Vladimir Kim fella.
Exactly. And in Vladimir's mind, Vladimir's like, shut the fuck up, bro. You're me, but 20 years older.
Wait till
He's
I
like,
get hold of that whole cheese
Vladimir's like,
fucking
and when I get
Putin,
to your
man.
age, I'm going to look like Vince McMahon cunt. So, like, Vladimir gives no fucks. He's like 65 and he's a beast, bro. He probably works out with fucking Drago. Oh, and he falls over. Yeah,
No.
he falls over. Yeah, yeah. That's great, what, bro? Putin, I think Putin knows himself how much of himself he can make a meme just by the photo. Same with even Kim Jong-un. But Kim Jong-un's people don't have internet, so he probably doesn't think that they get to see these memes. But yeah, Putin, when he releases these photos, 100% knows he's getting turned into memes and takes personal delight in them. Like rootin' tootin' Putin, man. How many fucking Photoshop pictures do you see of Putin as a helicopter? Like, he is a war machine in one. Like, it's fucked that we all have this opinion and this joke, and the dude's literally right now invading other countries. You know what I mean? Like, he's the closest the world has come to.
You got to
World War
rephrase
III.
that. He's attempting to invade another country and doing fuck all about it.
Yeah,
in all
he's
honesty,
getting, I know he's getting. It shows how fucking really like.
I think he had an
as much as the
overinflated
Russian
opinion
have
of what
numbers
Russia was.
in their military, they're actually a useless, incoherent, irresponsible force that cannot be controlled correctly.
He thought he was in charge of the USSR
Doesn't matter how
again.
big they are, and America will probably be hoping that the same thing happens with China. because China's numbers are like that too, and they're, in terms of their tech and just getting to that point with the tech, they're like that. But if it turns out they don't know how to use them and shit, then the world will be great when we go to fucking war.
Because, we don't have to worry about it, mate. We just put India up against them. They're on our teams. They've got as many people.
And that's really upset them. That's upset them so much, bro, which says so much about China and what their current plans are. And India borders
yeah, but we got 4 billion people. Yeah, but so's India.
Yeah, I know. But they're fucking India. What are they going to do? Throw stones over a wall?
Yeah,
they'll like infect the stones with like fucking some really bad fucking disease or some shit. Like, their army is good, but they don't have tech. They don't have much of a number either. But the Indian army is like elite dudes, like actual elite dudes, because their numbers are so small. Whereas the Chinese army, we know nothing about except their number. The Americans, we've seen with them, even they can be an incoherent lot. Look at Afghanistan and how long that got drawn out. So,
mate, you don't have to worry about the Chinese that much anyway. Because let's face it, they can recruit.
We do, mate. They're
they could recruit 2 billion people, but the Chinese mentality would be they'd end up shooting half their own people anyway because they're not fighting like they want them to. It is.
I'll do one more and then I'm going to play some fucking Enlisted.
Why can't we all just get along? Who said that? Who said that? No, it's a famous quote from Rodney King. Yes, when they first got him. Yep. When he first came after the beating onto TV, he basically said, "Why can't we just all get along?"
Dude, I quote Gandhi all the time. The eye for the eye, it makes the whole world blind. It's one of the most famous ones ever. Turns out Gandhi was an actual fucking piece of shit, racist, fucking slave trader, woman abuser, sadist, really. But he's famously associated with peace and love and all that, and he's actually a horrible person. Even Mother Teresa, same thing. It's funny. So like some of the most famous quotes, and I'd much rather a famous quote from Rodney King, someone who was a victim and like absolutely fucking persecuted against, to come out and say something like that. It's pretty powerful. But it's true. That's why I like. That was my reaction to Chevy the other day. He was telling me to get elbows out, and I just lost my shit because I was like, "I'll turn into them."
You are like them. You were OGR yourself, mate. So we know you like you are. You were. No, Jester. Yeah. So, mate, you can't escape your past.
Yeah, because I'm mates with you.
That's it. Selfish these days. That's the number one word for today.
Greed's been the driven factor of the world's progress for about fucking 50 years.
The number one word to sum up today's population in the world is selfish.
Oh yeah,
no one gives a fuck about anyone else.
The whole 1% versus the rest. World hunger, homelessness, all that stuff alone, they could fix it with pocket change for them, and they never will. So. And then even like true social economic change when it comes towards global warming and stuff like that, how they say that it can't happen because of infrastructure, but like if that's the governments saying it can't happen, the governments aren't the ones who are the richest in the world. That 1% is, and they don't give a fuck. They're not doing anything. They're just fucking creating ways that people can invest money into fucking pyramid schemes. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's just ways to get richer. Basically,
well,
even the greatest philanthropist in the world, Bill fucking Gates, still only gives away and it's incredible how much money he gives away, but it is still only like 5% of his total.
Well, Chester, you and I'll never agree on social issues and politics, right? But that's fine. But what you've got to realise is, if you want people to run a country properly, you need to pay a decent wage. Because why would you, if you've got the
What, you don't think our politicians get paid enough?
etc. Right? Why would you take a $400,000 a year job like a Prime Minister of Australia?
It is not much money.
When you can get fucking millions a year running a fucking big corporation.
Yes, 100%.
Exactly. Why would you do it?
Why would anybody choose a career in politics anyways unless they genuinely want to help? But then the people
they don't want to help. All they want to do is worry about how many votes they're going to get in the next fucking election.
Exactly. From the get-go, they spend they spend their whole time shaking hands and doing backroom deals and saying, "I'll help you out this if you have," like before they're even in a position to do anything. Look at
instead of doing what the people want.
Look at the World Cup.
Yeah, instead of doing what the people want, fucking, so the only way you're going to fix that is to say, right, politicians that actually get elected and want to do the job are going to get paid a fucking shitload.
Well, in that case, a politician should just be a CEO of some company. Like they should, rather than actually getting politicians.
But what they need is KPIs
of like those 1%ers of like the people of the BHPs and etc. and get someone from there and pay them the same amount and they do that job. But yeah, I know what you mean. It's a joke, but it's in saying that, bro, look at a politician compared to a normal fucking punter, right? Even regardless of the pressure, even the ones like the pressure of their job, most of them fail. Most of them only ever piss off the other percentage anyways. It's not like anything they ever do does any good, like actual reform and growth and you know, like the opposition. If they're from the opposition, they say the opposite. If the public's getting upset by something the others want to do, they're going to say the opposite. If that gets them into the power, then they're going to do it. Any promise they make before they get into power, they're not going to fucking do. Because they get into power and then they're just like, now we do what we want. Personal agenda. Like, so it's all...
The day they get into the power, they say, what do we need to do to make sure we get re-elected?
You've got your work from home. But, you know, a daily punter going and doing a Labor job, $50K a year, when he hears that the Prime Minister, you know, especially ScoMo, is getting paid $400 a fucking year, and he's in Hawaii as his country's on fire, like, when you got stuff like that, and then they've got their European fucking 30-day meeting about global warming and they shake hands and take photos and come back and nothing happens about the actual global warming and we just spent $30 million taxpayer money to fund their... So, no, I think they still get paid fine considering their job and considering the luxury that they live in to make the decisions that they're meant to make when they do their job and all the travel and the free gifts. Like the amount of free shit politicians get is corruption. Like I think they get paid well. I don't think they get, like, when you think about it on a CEO scale, but CEOs get paid like fucking a joke, bro. Like, you know, look at Elon, look at even the Facebook bloke. He's the greatest example right now. Like, that can't make so much money, right? But he's failing with everything he tries to do with Facebook at the moment, and he just lost like fucking billions of dollars, right? How did he respond to that? He didn't take a pay cut. He let go of 11,000 people, and that guy's one of the most successful businessmen in the world.
But my point is,
so that's your CEO that's going to run the country.
They get paid well for the job they do, but you're not getting the right people doing the job because the pay isn't there.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying, that a CEO will do a better job of it because, like, people, like, in terms of people who are, like, self-made or fucking build a company from the ground up and understand infrastructure and shit, not just someone who's attached to a portfolio for a couple of months. Gonna try and go mediums once. But yeah, some of the leaders around the world, what they get paid, and then you look at someone like Putin and his pay is unknown.
What do you reckon the Chinese fucker is on?
A couple of $1 billion a year because all of it is capital investment. We know this. The funniest thing about it is when you go over there and they're a communist country and communism is supposed to be everyone's equal and everyone gets the same. That's not happening. You see the slummy little shits on the outskirts of fucking Beijing and that, you know. What's going on, CC?
Hey. Yeah, in their fucking high-rise apartments that have been there for fucking 40 years and they're crumbling down and all that sort of, you know, just like...
No, they got the industrial revolution with their cities now, where they basically go terraform an area, build a city in literally a year, and then they pay everybody at a double incentive and move everyone out there. And they're pop-up cities. It's happening everywhere at the moment over there.
I've seen them.
Yeah, but it's also something that they're doing. No, that's Korea, bro, not China.
Yeah, China,
yeah,
yes.
But generally the ones that are there for years and people don't live in them is probably because whatever reason that the industrial growth originally went up around is gone.
No, it's...
Apparently they literally move their people around, like from industrial sector to sector, to just keep the growth happening, regardless of the infrastructure cost, which is something they're very famous for. I mean, look at all their dam failures in history, and they're like the most flood-prone fucking country in the world.
Well, what they're doing is they build these cities and then they pay the people to move out to them, but where they pay is the ones who are on, for example, because Beijing is a set of rings, in a sense. And if you're on those outer rings and you're the poor people, and they want to then develop those outer rings, you know, like industrialise or build big like office CBD sort of thing. If they want to expand the CBD area out further, then each ring gets upgraded. And the ones on the outer rings that are living in these shitty fucking things, they get moved to these new cities and they demolish them.
The big thing that worries me about them now is these islands they're making, though.
Yes.
It's illegal, and they're still just doing it anyways. They don't give a fuck. It's not so much, we're not the direct threat at the moment. It'll be many smaller island nations before us, but essentially what they're doing, like they call them one thing, and then essentially you've just got a giant fucking floating aircraft carrier in the middle of the Pacific.
Exactly right.
And now that they've done that, it's all been done as a show of force to us and the Western allies to say we can reach you now, no problem.
Yes.
I know they
yes,
know,
exactly right,
especially Victoria, they've got a lot of fucking capital investment.
No. What you've got to realise is they actually own a deep water port in Australia called Darwin.
I know that.
They actually own a fully fledged fucking aircraft airport
but still,
that
it
they
would
can
be
just
illegal
land whatever they want on
if they
in
docked their
WA.
fucking military there, and it'd still be illegal.
Yeah, but if they decide they're going to go, mate, they've got fucking they've got airfields and deep water ports. I know. We fucked up a long time ago with them. Probably 30 years ago when they started making their big growth out of the late 80s, early 90s. We were one of their big puppets. But it's not even that.
Their whole
it's
thing is to
we
invest
buy,
into companies, buy capital, buy land. China owns more land in Britain than the Queen does.
But
so
mate, the problem is everything we buy, they make. So
yeah,
no,
we've been slowly
we're
weaning
not
off
exporting
of that,
to you at all.
We're slowly weaning off of that. That was something that fucking, not the last government before started to realise that. I think the world started to realise it, and that's why we made a trade deal with America, and that's why we were so worried when Trump came in and tried to fucking take a big shit on it all. Because China was forcing us into a hardball situation, and Trump was going to fucking make it worse. Just because he was trying to put America first. But yeah,
I don't understand. How's he making it worse when what he was saying is we are not buying your shit, we're going to make it?
He was going to cut us off too, though, and we had just gone into a direct trade agreement with fucking the government directly before him to try and stop taking so much trade off of China. That's how it was going to make us worse. He was just like, I don't give a... Like, at that point, Trump was saying, I don't even give a fuck about my allies, my direct 50% partnership allies. Fuck them. America first to create more money here. It was a really bad... Like, it was all about... That's what got him his vote, because America first. Rah, redneck, fucking... There you are. And the rest of the world was like, this cunt's a madman. He's going to ruin world trade. He's not a good thing, and he never was. Anyone who voted for him, like the American dream, that's all they voted for, and they got sucked in by a businessman, a con man. They all got sucked in. Look how much he's fucking been investigated before and after, and fuck, if he didn't break so many rules while he was in it, rewrite history, he would have already been wiped out halfway through his job.
How are you going to feel when he's back in 4 years' time?
I don't care for America at the moment. Like, it's even the Biden thing, bro. Like, he was their
best choice. But you need to. They're the most powerful country in the world.
You keep saying that, but like China is. And Russia's invading another country right now, and the rest of the world ain't doing a fucking thing to stop them. So who's the most powerful country in the world?
You can't, though. You can't.
You can't. Oh, okay.
Well, you can't.
Well,
what
it's funny because
it's
funny because when America invades countries, a lot of other countries try to help that country, and you're just sitting there saying that they can't. Look at Israel and fucking Palestine for the last 100 years, and that's just direct interference from outside other countries. But you can't help. Whatever, dude. It's all. I know what you're saying about China. They are the biggest worry, but they're there's still 3 big power nations, and at the moment it's a waiting game between all 3 of them. And they're all where the rest of us outside of that are just a monopoly. And yeah, it sucks. We need America. America doesn't necessarily need us. But if they're worried about China taking over the fucking Pacific, they need us. And they need us to be willing to fucking die for them. Which Trump doesn't instill in other countries' fucking people. Fuck, man, he was basically like, he was going for the white vote and the white vote only, and then he was essentially even like, how much of the white vote was like poor, minority, fucking crippled, pensioners, all that fucking shit, the ones that he was never going to help anyways, but they were the ones that he was after. Mate, most of the ones that voted for him were the uneducated, which is like fucking half their population. No, I don't. Yep. I'm not media brainwashed, mate. Yeah, because silly black people think that the money thing. They follow him on Instagram and think the money dream, and they're like bling bling dollar dollar. Did nothing for him. Yeah. Did nothing for him.
We might as well just agree to disagree, I think, because. Yeah, well, I'd much rather a guy who knows how to run billion-dollar countries than some fucking geriatric who can't even get 3 words together and falls downstairs every time he goes.
Mate, the only reason Trump's not that geriatric is because he's pepped up too.
Yeah, but still.
You'd be pepped up at fucking 70-something if you were fucking running a country and on gear.
I mean, it's like our Prime Minister, mate. You listen to Albanese speak, sounds like he's fucking pissed. Well, I'm just going to tell the new country.
Yeah, well, he's the youngest leader we've had in a long time.
He's like that fucking Julia Gillard, mate.
The last great hope for blokes like you was John Howard, and he was a fucking ancient bugger, and still is, but at the same time, he's still one of the most intelligent when it comes to decisions made then and comments made now. And he's fucking ancient, alright? Old people can still fucking... You're going to be that old in 20 years, and you're going to be like that, and your kid's going to be like, fuck, you tried talking to Dad lately? You can't even understand him. You arsehole.
John Howard has his senses still.
Yeah, I know, that's what I just said. But he's the same age as Biden.
Biden's got nothing.
Again, so you just want to talk about me having a media perception and criticism. What do you got? All you see is the fucking media. Are you in America watching his shit live? All you see is little excerpts and the media having a laugh at his expense. Like, that's all you see. It's like, for as much as you say the media was anti-Trump, as soon as fucking Biden got it, they were anti-him. Our media and their media. So what are you talking about? Like, it's honestly how he's been treated after the fact, after he won the power legitimately, has been just as bad as Trump was treated during power. So it's a joke. And the dude hasn't gone about offending anybody the way fucking Trump did. He's old. Alright, fuck. Nelson Mandela was 90-something and still leading the country, and he was a fuddy-duddy. Yeah, barely understood a word he said. It's dumb, stupid, negative perception. And again, you're saying, Gab, OGR shouldn't hate me because they don't know me. You don't know fucking Joe Biden. Cunts, like, he's done, the thing I'll give him, he's done it for that fucking long. You're like, why would he still be going? And he's failed that many times to become president. You're like, why would he still be going? I remember asking Robert Doyle the same question. You were on the opposition 10 years. Why do you want to become mayor? What can you do to help if all you've done is lose? And he fucking nearly died when I asked him that. Like,
yeah.
He won because he was the better choice, and the one that was in power, had just done nothing but run the country into the ground, incite the people, and then say he didn't incite the people. He's a fucking terrorist, dude. He's a piece of shit. Fuck. That's it. He's banned too. No Lewis, no Trump.
You're the one who brought Trump up.
I didn't bring Trump up. You brought politics to China. You brought politics to China. We talked about America.
You kept about China. You brought Trump up.
You kept bagging on Biden, and I brought up the counter. Yeah, that's what I just said. It's banned. Topic's banned. Stop talking about it. I got 250-somethings in my party bay. What am I meant to do? Like, I'm the one trying to stream. I got this old cunt who's meant to be working, and
I am working.
Wants to just talk his shit and be famous on the fucking channel and get all these other old fucking viewers that watch going, yeah, Gav's fucking, he's right on. Let's go fucking beat up some black people with a stick.
I don't beat black people up.
Not anymore.
Never used to.
Anyways, done with it. Sick of it. You can't. The age generation gap between you and me, and you think I'm brainwashed by the media. I don't watch the media. I don't watch the news. I don't watch Fox's news, BBC, Sky's, anything, or any of it. But yet I still know the current state of the world and politics or anything. So I'm just saying, like, I don't watch the media. Any perception or opinion I have is formed of my own or any other form of information I take in. It is not anything that is fucking Channel 9 or 7 or 10 or BBC or Sky or any shit like that. It's not. My missus is the same either, and she's a very political. We are not influenced at all by politics or social media, basically, or media, straight up. We don't watch it. We don't consume it. But we have opinions on the world. Believe me, I fucking hate any. So I was saying before about Gavin when he jumped on the Jar Jar Binks thing straight away, and I'm like, yep, yeah. Like it's just the genuine stereotype perception. Even the China stuff, I don't want to be all worried about China because that's what the media is telling us to be worried about. But the media is just too late to the story. They've been doing it for 30 fucking years. Like, just how bad Australia is in it now that the media's like, oh no, fear mongering. Like, even fear mongering, shit didn't even fucking exist until terrorism and all that shit. And I don't know, you guys get so sucked up in it. The amount of fucking bullshit you share on Facebook, etc. Like, I'm younger than you guys. I am a part of that generation, but believe me, I'm not fucking Greta Thunberg on TV going, how dare you, to your generation. But I'm not a part of their generation either, so don't just tar me with their brush the way I sometimes negatively do it to yous. Because I'm 36, man. Like, I'm not.
Don't do it to me like I do it to you.
No, I just said the way I sometimes negatively, because I do. And I've told you, just because it's the way you think about things, and it was right 30 years ago, doesn't mean it is now. And you guys can't seem to fucking get past that. That's all it is.
We get past it. We understand it's not necessarily right now. But all we're saying, our generation, all we're saying is you can't just sit there and draw a line in the sand and say everything prior to this doesn't matter.
I agree with that.
Which is what today's generations want to do.
But I'm
they
also
want to say, right, nothing previous to
I'm also still just on the fence
matters.
when you've got to be fucking respectful. That you can't just label, and which we all do a shitload of. Anyways, fuck politics. Fuck it. It's just the worst subject. Fuck the media. I don't watch TV. I like good TV, like made up stories. That's why books are so good, because the best stories are written, not told. All the ones that are told are bullshit. The ones that are written take time and thought, or an actual fucking process in history to give them the information that they needed to put the story down. So anything that ever comes from a fucking politician is just a story. You're being told and sold a story.
Do you know how much of a shit stirrer I am?
Yeah, can't. I've seen you. I see you on Facebook. Right? I don't even have you on Facebook, and I've seen you come up in my Facebook, Gavin.
You do know the #1 selling book of all time?
The Bible.
Yeah.
Yeah. What about it? That's selling. That alone. Religion, #1 selling book of all time. Haha.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, it's just in print in terms of people that have it in print. It's in print. Yep. In print. I know.
Yep.
I know. There is a completely different record for novels.
Although you would think the Quran would be, wouldn't you?
What, in print? No. Nah, because it was harder to print. Way harder to print. It had to be done in fucking... They didn't have machines mass producing it the way the Bible was mass produced in the English format. Even in its Latin format, earlier. Way easier to produce than the Quran. Quran's all handwritten scripture, like anything done in Japanese, bro. Back then. That's why, you know, written records are so much more important to them, and also so very few compared to written records from Anglo-Saxons. That's why even the Japanese, bro, like they have fuck all written records. It's all story and history, you know, passed through generations and shit.
Anyway, you should, besides Lewis, you should ban all your political talk and religious talk from your channel.
You know what's funny, Gav? It only ever comes up when you're around.
No, it doesn't.
Yes,
I didn't bring it up.
We brought up China. I don't know how China came up.
I didn't bring up China.
China. But you,
the only thing
you're like a dog with a bone as much as I am, bro.
The only thing I said about China is having actually been over there, what I've seen. That's all I've said.
But you admit that you're like a dog with a bone, mate. Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
No, I just like making bit of banter, so that it's not
like
boring.
It's just pent up. It's not boring, Gav. It's just been fucking debate. Like I'm trying to stream. Even my missus is sick of it. She's like, talk about something positive.
Well, that's right. Let's discuss different types of washing powder, perhaps.
Oh my god, cunt. You're such a troll. Like you're you're a bully, a troll, stuck in an old generation. You just, no wonder your fucking missus left you, mate. Cop that. Cop that.
She left me because I spent too much time on you with you vlogs.
I know. It's more than that. I'm just being a dog. All right?
Well, actually, she didn't leave. I left.
You did. Yeah, there you go. You win. Good comment. Good man. Fab.
No, the Audi version.
No, I don't know what we've got. I don't like detergents. I like the what do we use for the thing, bub? What's it called? Softener or whatever, the washing stuff. That's good. The liquid stuff. Yeah, that liquid. The stuff we have though, it's awesome. Like the smell every time fresh clothes. I'm like, No, that's all right. My washing machine was free, and it was my second one that was free anyway. So
I don't use fabric softener.
So they're probably actually telling you that so you don't use it, and then it actually doesn't fuck them, but whatever you're doing fucks them, so then you have to go back to the washing machine guy and buy another washing machine. I mean, that would make more sense. If I was a washing machine guy, that's what I'd tell people too. Yeah, I'm just saying, dude. Isn't that the businessman tactic? Like what we all say about... It's like what we all say about the video games when our wheels and shit, or the game keeps playing up on the... You know, we're like, oh, that's them facing us out. That's them coding it in, so our equipment becomes obsolete and we have to upgrade.
You're just a skeptic, that's all.
Mate, you should be a skeptic with everything in life. The only thing you can trust in life is like old people, but even then there's got to be a fucking... There's something sus happening, you know? Unless you like truly know they're a kind-hearted soul. But you should always like offer your help or ear or whatever. Anything else, don't trust them. But if they're like 90, trust them. And children, children. If they're like 5, you can trust them. They're going to be annoying as fuck and you probably want to punch them in the mouth, but generally anything they can say is trustworthy. They haven't been corrupted yet. And then in the case of the old people, they haven't lost everything and they're left with truly nothing and been so desperate in order for any attention that, you know, that'll be you soon, Gav.
Yes, it will.
Nah, you're not that old.
As I tell my kids, I've made it to 54. You've got to get there yet.
Oh, mate, honestly, I used to joke. I didn't even want to get 4 years. Like, that's 4 years too many for me.
Really?
Yeah. 100%, dude.
I hope to have another 40 years, mate. I don't have
kids. Like, what's the fucking go? What's the...
I want another 40 years. As long as I can wipe my own ass, then I'm happy.
Yeah, well, that's it. I don't want to get to that point. Like... What are you going to do there? Because if you can't wipe your own ass, how are you going to kill yourself?
Well, I'll have someone do it for me.
Yeah, you can't. Who are you going to make do it?
You
Exactly.
don't make them. There are ways. Come on, there's ways. There's certainly ways. Plenty. Yeah. Yes, but the indignity of having someone else wiping your shit out of your asshole, no thanks.
Is it apple juice or bleach? Oh. Well, that's what. Well, see, there's your problem. This right here is not fabric softener. This is apple juice.
Ooh, is that apple juice? No.
I have never known someone that has washed their clothes with apple juice, but if this is what happens when apple juice goes through a machine, then do not use the apple juice. So are you going down there tomorrow? You staying down there, back and forth?
What's that?
The race.
Not going, mate. Thunderstorms down there this weekend.
I actually seen some severe pollen, fucking, which I was like, if it's pollen, that means the weather's changing, and the weather's nice now, so it's going shit
No,
again.
there's going to be showers and an evening thunderstorm down at Phillip Island
I see that.
on Saturday, and then it's just going to be showers all
22,
Sunday too.
18,
So
13, yeah, it's only going to get worse.
yeah. I was going to take my boys down there, but I've told them we're not going because if it's fishing with rain, all you're going to do is get wet trying to watch them. They don't go as fast. You know, it's all...
When I was a kid, we went down there plenty for track days and stuff like that, but I never actually got to go to the GP, but I did go to the Superbikes twice. Back when, was it Corsa?
Yeah.
Corsa? Yeah, back when he was killing it. Red bike? Was it red? Yeah, red bike. But yeah, we went down there plenty, just track days and stuff. Like my stepdad would actually, you'd love it, Gav, because he came from Tassie too. He had like this pinboard thing that had all these enamel. Like,
Did you just say your stepdad came from Tassie?
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he moved over when he was 19.
Did you have 2 helmets?
No, but I questioned my brother's got really big ears. I reckon one of them's reckon one of them's the second head. But no, he had these he had all these plaques and like enamel pins from like I guess what were because like they all said, you know, like 100 or 200, like the something 100 or the hills, or like they were all like rides and trials and stuff like that through the late 70s and early 80s. Heaps of them. Like it was he never spoke about it really much either. Like he loved his bikes, wrote about the bikes all the time, and I never really asked him about it because like at my dad's house, my dad had 2 whole fucking massive glass cabinets full of gold and, you know, boating trophies that they'd won forever. So like in my eyes, I was like, well, that's cooler. So I never really even asked about what they all were, but they were all like, you know, like TT pins, I guess, like, you know, you'd competed in. But he grew up doing that, and like he was a quacker fiend, absolute fiend. He had the Eddie Lawson's replica thing, like 83, 84. Eddie Lawson's fucking was a something Z. It was big, chunky, squarish looking thing, and then he eventually converted with the Hayabusa. GSXR 11 first, and then all up to the Busa. But yeah, you had those things, and I always thought, like, I never asked about them, but I knew what they were as a kid, and I just thought they were cool. Like, it's something that only would have really existed back then, too. Like the enamel pin type thing.
Waiting for the cunts to ring me about my motorbike. Fucking arseholes. So hurry up. I want to go pick it up.
But yeah, he was big on it, and then, I mean, my dad always rode too, but like when I was growing up, he didn't have a bike. He'd rode heaps before, and then when I was about 10, 11, he got his license back and got a big fucking Yamaha. And got a road trail. My dad.
Yes, I'm waiting for it to bloody be ready.
You said you went Goldwing, didn't you?
What was that, sorry?
Didn't you say you went Goldwing or something like that?
No.
You were yammering on about it yesterday. What did you end up getting?
turd.
What did you end up getting?
An Indian Scout.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, you said it. Yeah, I was like, fuck yeah. Sorry, yeah. Because I remember you did bring it up, though. You said something about it.
Fucking...
Because I could picture you on one, cunt. The way you are with your music, how old school and redneck you are, I could picture you on a fucking gold. You think you're the coolest.
For the 75-year-olds,
you think
mate.
You're such a cool cunt when you pull up to a set of lights on that thing. You would think you're so cool. You'd have fucking Daddy Cool playing. Oh, hey, hey. You'd love it.
If I could have wasted money and gone for an overpriced motorbike called a Harley Davidson.
Yeah, I hate them. They're noise pollution.
Noise pollution. My bike. Mine's noise pollution too, but loud pipes save lives.
The amount of fucking old cunts that live around here on their stupid loud bikes, because I'm on a main road, dude. It's just like 50k an hour. Yeah, cool, man. Cool. You're so cool.
Loud pipes save lives.
Revving it and shit. Yeah, that's true. It's like a joke.
But anyway, you can buy an Indian Scout and you can get pretty much the exact same sort of motorbike in a Harley Davidson for about $15,000 more.
Would you ever go to Bonneville?
Would I go there? If I was in America, yeah.
Would you get one?
Oh, no.
It's because it's too small for you, isn't it?
I've dropped down in size. I've gone from the 1500cc to 1100, so...
Yeah, but they're like 600s or 700s, aren't they? 750, those things?
I don't know.
Not even.
Well, my other motorbikes are 650.
They're like a 1950s fucking TT bike, mate. They look awesome, though. I love them.
Yeah.
Such an awesome designed bike. And the Harleys, the World War II Harley. One like James Dean rode and shit. I think they're cool. Sidecar. That'd be dope.
That's what my grandfather rode. Not a Harley Davidson, but in the war. He was a dispatch rider. He had one of those.
My grandfather was a fucking gunner in the rear of a plane, but he still got
rear.
Yep, yeah, he got and it didn't last very long too because he got 2 bullets through his fucking leg.
Fuck being a rear gunner, mate. They were the most psychotic.
No shit. He walked with the most horrendous limp I'd ever seen my whole life, and his right leg was just completely bow-legged, out of shape. A very tall man too. But yeah, he copped like the strafe through the rear of the plane up Darwin, and that's how my nan met him. And then they didn't hook up then either, because like he's not my actual granddad. He was just like the dude that was basically seeing my nan for like the last 30 years of her life. But yeah, he used to always tell me about those motorbikes. He got to ride them around after that, like because he used to joke that that's how he went bald. He told me about 5 different stories related to him going bald. One was the plane, one was the bike. They were all World War stories.
When my stepmother died and we went through the house, we actually found original photos that my dad had got, and I've got one here now in my house that I'm going to pass on. It's actually an original photo of my grandfather in the snow over on his motorbike over in Palestine during World War II.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah, that's what I thought when I saw it.
Had him, photos we had was like him on base, really, in his fucking like Browns.
Well, we didn't know they existed. And then we were going through the photos, and there they were. Fucking...
Were our guys Air Force, or were they just still a part of Navy or something? I don't even know the ones that were defending Darwin. I think they still would have been Navy, but Navy, Air Force, or whatever.
Yeah, no, you had all three. You had the Navy were out there, but you had the Air Force there.
Well, he was the Brown. I remember the Brown. He had the little hat. He had the little pointed hat. That's Air Force, yeah?
I'm not sure, but you did have the Army there, don't forget, as well. I mean, they had to defend the place. They're basically called militia, stay-at-home army. Because let's face it, you can't send every fighting age male across overseas, otherwise you've got no one to look after your own country if someone decides to come here. That's what my other grandfather was.
Yeah, you got to think they sent a lot of them off because we entered the war before America did. Mm. We were fighting from like late 39 or 40.
I had one grandfather who actually went overseas and fought, and the other one who stayed here in Australia and signed up.
Ditto. My mum's side went over. My well, not my dad's side, but the guy that was with my nan stayed. He was in Darwin, and my mum's side was over there. For hell, my mum's grandfather fought. My mum's grandmother, Polish, tattooed. That was like at 5, 6 years old. She always had this photo of her nan. She revered her. You could never say you could never even make a Jew joke, ever. Nazis, no topic. And that was when I was about 10. Probably after Schindler's List, something of the sort. She fully told me the story of her nan, and then showed me. I'd always seen the photo of her nan, but then there was another photo that was her barcode. And she knew the numbers. Like she was like that. That's why my mum, like, even though it was funny, like she was a specific racist, but she tried, still raising me saying racism was bad because of those examples, and it was instilled into me pretty young. That was nice. Tapped the bollard and all, and still got through without touching him. But yeah, my mum, she's like she used to say she was a mutt. She had fucking...
A what?
A mutt. Like, because of her grandparents, like she had 2 different grandparents on one side, 2 different grandparents on another side, like 4 races, basically. Made up her heritage. And it was like German, Polish, West Indian, Scottish. She was a MacDonald. Scottish MacDonald. Her mother was old MacDonald, mate. My mum caught that her whole life. Until she married my dad. Yeah.
Old MacDonald had a burger.
And then she marries my dad and gets Callie. Like, I grew up with Smelly Callie and fucking Ned and all that shit. So, just as bad, really. But yeah, I'm glad it wasn't old MacDonald.
Mate, if you had the last name Kelly, sure you'd run around telling everyone you're related to Ned Kelly.
Well, we didn't even know until fucking after the fact that there was a connection there. But yeah, we never, like, flouted it. It was like, because even my dad, like, was neither here or there about Ned. Like, he... like, loved the history, had a lot of stuff, like we had, the imitation fucking armour and shit in the house and all. But the history of Ned was, both ways. And Dad very much kind of still raised us on that. We did go to because we went through fucking Glenroe and Wangaratta all the time, man. Kelly country, he always, told us Kelly country is where we're from. But he was born in Cobram. Dad was born in Cobram. And he's like, yeah, they are as Irish as fuck, like... Kelly, it was like Kelly for like 4 or 5 generations. Still is, but I won't pass it on. But I've got like 3 cousins that are all boys. They're yet to have a kid, and then I've got a nephew who's a boy, and because my sister didn't marry, he still has the name Kelly, and he'll probably pass it on. He's going to be a little root rat, I imagine. So Dad's name will still carry on, but I never had any care for it. And they never instilled any care in me for it. I'm not one of, like, when people get like their family name tattooed on, like, you forget who you are. Like, and then even like when someone's like they're Australian, right? And they've like their family were like convicts, like all of us, right? Like mine goes back at least 5 generations, and they're like, oh, I'm Irish. Like, you fucking idiot. No, you're not. You're Australian.
Not say that we're not all convicts. Thank you very much.
In terms of my fucking heritage, I think it goes back that far.
Mine came out as 3 people.
They came over about 1830. So they would have been like Australia had already started to settle in terms of the penal colony, and would have become like, some form of a British empire. It wasn't Australia yet, but
nope. No, South Australia.
Bro,
only...
Botany Bay, the song. Yeah. Oh, Botany Bay.
No, you're not stirring me up. It's the first free state of Australia.
Australia's first governors were the best performed prisoners. The ones who had either finished up their thing, or were just outright the best behaved, during prison. So the snitches, the first governors of
South
Australia,
Australia was formed from
snitches.
free settlers. Which explains a lot.
Would have been heaps
That's why
later,
they're
though.
so backwards.
Honestly, SA would have been heaps later because of the rugged
It was.
territory and the fucking exhibition hadn't even happened yet. And the exhibition, man, half
South
that
Australia's-
half that horror
Australia-
story that is the exhibition was in South Australia. So, Cooper Pedy, that's its most famous thing.
South Australia?
No, I mean in terms of Burke and Wills, the exhibition,
I was gonna say, no.
to cross.
Most famous thing in South Australia
I
is
genuinely think,
Snowtown.
because like you know how like the American frontier thing is like so revered. I think the Australian one should be more revered. We had to learn about all of that growing up, and I thought Australian explorers were like the OGs. Like they fucking founded and paved the way for this country, and they were actually good with the Aboriginals rather than the politicians that came later. Those cunts who crossed this country that first time were OGs. Like they went through hell and back. And they got paid fuck all for it, and so many of them died.
It wouldn't have been the easiest job to do, given everything in Australia wants to fucking kill you.
That's what I mean. Like, and that's where, like I said, that they were good with the Aboriginals because the Aboriginals had survived here for 50,000 years, and the white man was just like, how? What fucking how? Yeah, I know. When it was all connected through Indonesia, when it was all connected through Indonesia, about 80,000 years ago when we were still connected to Asia. But as far as like an isolated, as far as like next to the Indians, they're like, you know, outside of Europeans, they're the oldest generation. Like the Indians was like fucking, I don't even know how long theirs was. Theirs was, they separated earlier though, but originally even those cunts came all the way from fucking Pacific kind of Asian region. But yeah, they were here 50,000 years separated, at least. Isolated, sorry. Before anything. And then the Indians was around the same mark, but on a much bigger fucking land. And honestly, like, even though America's fucked, some parts of like Tornado Alley, all that stuff, and the Indians would have had to have learned how to survive a lot of shit, the earthquake lines, all that. Australia is just a whole different beast. Like, especially you think back then how much more bush there would have been. More bush means more fire. And even like I even said this to Dad, like when I spoke to him recently because of how bad the floods were. I was like, imagine being an Aboriginal dad. I was like, you know how much they were all focused on the rivers and shit. I was like, with what's going on in the Murray right now, I was like, could you imagine being an Aboriginal and fucking shit like that just happened over a day? You'd be like, fuck my life, what do I do? He just laughed. He was like, yeah, it was hard back then, son. I'm like, no, that would have been fucked, mate.
Hey,
like,
hey Chevy,
I'm
Chevy,
like,
you ready?
I'm like,
You
look
ready?
what it's doing to society
You
now.
ready?
Could you imagine trying to just... I'm like, you can't outrun it. You can't... Fuck, what are
It
you
didn't
going to
happen
do?
back then. It
Oh,
didn't
fuck
happen
off.
back then.
Fuck
There was no
off.
climate change.
Fuck off. The Murray's flooded like that forever and they know it's cunt. It's how the river was made. Yeah, that's what I know that as I was saying it because they actually know when those things are happening, full stop. But I'm just saying, that's why they marvel me. Same with the Indians. Imagine trying to survive and live on a land like that with the hunter-gatherer away for fucking
That one didn't work,
50,000
did it,
years.
Chevy? Yeah, fucking
I don't
that
care.
one didn't work.
I don't
I
care.
know.
You're an idiot. It's fucking... people who try to say that too is like the dumbest shit. It's like, no, natural disasters have
Got him.
existed for all of
Got
fucking
him.
eternity. Like, the greatest natural disasters the world have ever seen happened before any of us were even a blip.
Fucking hell, I am never taking you fishing.
The biggest
you
one...
fucking take all the bait.
If Krakatoa happened in today's day, it happened like 200 years ago now, but if it happened today, I reckon there'd be a fair bit of fucking fallout, fair bit of carnage. If Krakatoa happened today. I mean, look what happened when that fucking little one went off in Europe. Look what it did to the flights and shit. And then the Tongan one, which only caused a little tsunami, like literally a little tsunami, but Tonga was like, haha, we're like a metre off the ground. They're done.
What about, mate, you're missing the big one. What about the fucking cunt that wiped out the top end of Japan fucking a few years ago?
That was underwater too, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, but that was tsunami. Krakatoa, bro. Krakatoa was a volcano above ground.
Yeah.
When it went, Like, they think, alright, so Krakatoa was like 10 times bigger than St. Helens. And St. Helens, look what St. Helens did in the 80s. I'm just saying, if Krakatoa happened today, I've seen the porn shit. If Krakatoa happened today, it could put us into darkness for like fucking 3 months at least. Look into Krakatoa, bro. Seriously, it's the best thing ever.
I've actually seen an active volcano on one of our cruises when we're coming back from China.
Have you watched the doco on Netflix?
We go past this island, and all of a sudden the fucking captain actually puts a notice out. It sits there and goes, if everyone goes to the right-hand side of the ship, we can see an active volcano. Because sure enough, there's all this fucking smoke coming out the top of it.
Yeah.
And all I'm thinking is, mate, you want to put the foot down on this fucking ship or not?
Not be near
just
it,
in case.
I mean, look at those poor Kiwis fucking last year.
Yes. But I was more worried about the fact that fucking the ship's not... If it decides to start spewing shit everywhere, the ship's not going to outrun that.
So, like, Yellowstone's way bigger than Krakatoa too. If Yellowstone ever goes, that's it. That's it for the world. But Yellowstone should probably never go. But yeah, Krakatoa is the biggest one in terms of, like, modern history. Not even modern, but, like, recorded history civilization. And
well, that's why John's trying to protect Yellowstone so much. It
happened just before the industrial era. Mate, no shit. That's why he's saying that fucking this season's it, because like that motherfucker goes. If that goes, it's it for everyone. And because he's at his end anyways, he doesn't give a shit. Like he's like, I got cancer, I've got tumours, I hate my kids. Actually loved it. Like when he told him to shut the fuck up, I was so happy. Especially because he just put Beth down for once. I was like, for fuck's sake. Like the things she says, and he's just like, be nice to your brother.
I'm waiting for James to smack her in the mouth.
And you know, I've thought about that too. She's nearly forced him into a situation where he's had to. I've thought, how would I feel if that happened in the show? And I've thought, I reckon I'd feel great about it, to be honest too.
Yeah.
It's at that point where that's how much the shoe is on the other foot. Like it's already past the abusive stage. Now it's like this psychological pet game. You know, like,
yes.
Like the yes ma'am thing. The Office, like, oh man, it's like a fetish for her at this point. And even once we found out the reasoning for it, considering, like, it's funny, she's like 3 years younger than him, and she gets fully pissy at him for the decision he made that she entrusted in him when he was like 18, and also on this massive, you know, about to embark on this big career, life-changing thing that his dad wanted him to do that he didn't want to do. Like when you find out that he wanted to be like them. You know, and then even that, and then you find out that he's not even his kid, and he was effectively, it's like, I watched...
What are you talking about?
I watched...
You've just ruined the fucking series for me.
There Will Be Blood, right?
Spoiler alert, please.
Do you remember There Will Be Blood? Gav, do you remember There Will Be Blood, right? Do you remember it well? Right? I watched it recently, and I love that movie.
You've been drinking.
Right? I love that movie. There was a bit in it that fully just made me, because I was messaging Meta while I was watching it, funnily enough too, saying I just can't hate him in this movie, his character, right? Daniel. I can't, Daniel Fairday, Plainview. I can't hate him. I don't see him as the villain. Like, I can, he is, but it was the stuff with the son, and I was trying to explain like why I think that he genuinely, in the movie, that there's so many moments with the son where he does genuinely care, especially after like what happens to the kid. His only care is the kid. Everything else that happens after is horrible. But right at the end, when he's going off at the kid, he tells him, he didn't mean it. He's being a dog at this point, but it probably was his true intentions at the start. And it's like that Liam Neeson fucking short film on Netflix. He tells the kid, the only reason a bastard in a basket. He keeps repeating it to him. And he's like, the only reason I took you was I needed a cute face to help sell oil to families. And it made me think of Yellowstone. And John, he did the whole thing, even when they show you, you know, what initially happened with like Rip, Jamie, all of it. Because like both of them were taken from a similar situation. Like either one has killed the parents or the parents have killed each other situation, and they were taken from that to be raised by John and to be used as tools. One was sharpened to be the fist, the other one was sharpened to be the brain. And they are both neither his kids. You know what I mean? It's brutal. Yes. Nah.
Hello, mate.
Nah, rip
Love
into him,
you,
Meta.
Meta.
I've been
You're
fucking
awesome.
destroying him. I've called him a bully. I've defended your honour. Told him he's a prick. Yeah. Told you he's a bully. I told you. No, I told you. You look up JBL. He's JBL. Yeah, he's Crab and Goyle in one. He's not good looking enough or like smart enough to be fucking Malfoy, so he's Crab and Goyle in one. He's got the fucking big dumb dopiness of the other, and then the actual kind of half-wit fucking parent formulated brain of the other. Crab and Goyle. That's his South Australian in him.
That's
Don't
it.
worry, mate. I've told him ease up. My missus last night was, as it was happening, was saying ease up. He's an asshole. Leave us skinny white boys alone.
Yeah.
That's why I turn my camera off from time to time, because I get self-conscious.
Mate, there's only one thing you skinny little white fellas. No, only one thing you skinny little white fellas have got over me.
Bigger dicks?
You can at least see your dick without a mirror.
Yeah, it's all dick and ribs.
yeah,
all
greyhounds.
all dick
Yeah,
and
all
ribs.
balls and ribs. I'm going to call you greyhound from now on.
That was literally where I got it from, the dick and ribs thing. Someone
No, all
like,
ribs and
someone said
balls.
it to me when I was like 15. They were like, "You're all ribs and dick," and I was like, "What?"
Yeah,
They're like, "You're all
greyhound.
ribs and dick. There's fucking nothing but bones and a dick to you." I'm like, "All right."
See, you're greyhound and Meta's whippet.
Aren't whippets the skinnier ones?
The little skinny ones, yeah.
Yeah, with the real fucking angulated heads and shit. They're like,
Because you're at
they're
least
cute
5'10",
though, man.
5'11".
When you see those dogs happy, they're so cute.
I think Meta, what are you, Meta? About 5'7", 5'8"?
Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, I'm
Yeah, so
181. Yeah.
you're the whippet.
Yeah, fair enough.
Oh, what? I'm between 5'10", 5'11".
Yes, same as me. 180, I think
Oh,
181 is 5'11".
I used to
183
be-
is 6 foot.
Used to be 5'11", but obviously at 54 I am no longer 5'11".
I'm hunched as fuck. My spine is so curved. And as like I've had a dodged knee.
You're
the
what,
whole-
187?
Apparently Nick is super tall too. So's Drew.
Fucking hell.
Nika had to do adjustments to his rig because he's really tall. Well, he doesn't have the chair part.
Hang on.
He's just got
I want
stand
to
in the
know,
wheel,
Chevy,
so-
you got to let us know. If you're that tall, what, and you're about my age, what's your weight?
Yeah, that's
120.
rude, Gab. That is really rude. And good
Fuck,
on you,
you're a
Chevy, for
big
even
fucker.
answering that. And he is. That's a big
You know
unit.
what? No, I'm about to, that's, yeah,
That's a big unit.
You are a big man. Have you shaved your head and got a big beard? No.
I finally seen a photo of Wolf, and he's a unit. Wolf sent me a selfie, and Wolf's a unit.
Is
He's
he?
a big hairy man. Very hairy man. Like, he's the wolf. You see him, he's the
Yeah.
black grey wolf.
See, I'm not hairy at all. I've got no hair. I'm sitting on the
Yeah,
head.
you are, cunt. You got nothing left. You're done. Even on your
No,
face,
I've-
you don't have much.
No, I don't. I've got full head of hair,
Yeah.
and it's not even grey. But I've got no hair anywhere. Like,
You got cheeks like mine, though. You got the fucking... the signs of age, the pockmark.
Mm-hmm.
In my opinion, and I'm not having a shot there, like, I think my cheeks already look like that. And by the time I'm 50, I'll look
I
like my
think- I
fucking...
think if I
I'll
ever
look like
grew-
Keith Richards by the time I'm 50, I reckon.
I think if I ever grew a fucking dark coloured hair on my chest, I'd go buy a lottery ticket. 'Cause it's fucking...
My dad, literally, is like... And he's a more alpha version. He was a little bit taller than me. He's not now, but, like, he's always been built because of his job. So he's like an alpha version of my build, right? but our body structure is exactly the same. Super wide shoulders, barely there torso, decent length legs. He has this thing with the hair, right? Hairy as fuck, like gorilla arms. He's made like silverback arms. Nothing on his back. He reckons he didn't get a hair on his chest. Like, I remember, I have this memory of his 35th birthday, him waking up, hungover as fuck, walking out. We thought he had a budgie or something because he was holding like both hands to his chest, going, "Oh, kids, look at, you wouldn't believe what I got." And we're like fucking tweaking, you know, like, what you got? And pulls away, black hair on his chest. He was like, "I got me first chest," and I was like even for me. It took me till I was like 25 to get a hair on my chest. I've got a snail trail that's insane. It goes from, you know, where up to the belly button, and it's like a hole. It's all connected, but nothing on my chest. And when I got one at like 25, and I said it to him, he was like, "That's 10 years faster than me, son." Like, he has. It's crazy too because he's got the permanent Yaka singlet. Like, he has the darkest arms, the darkest neck, the darkest face, the whitest, and he looks strong and solid. When he takes that singlet off, he looks like he's got this nice little soft white singlet under him that's all like cushy, and he like glows when he takes his singlet off. It is that white underneath. Like, it's crazy, man. Like, absolutely crazy.
Bit like Meta's forehead.
He's a ranger cunt. It happens. They're pasty and they're fucking... My dad's got the Ranger gene. It's weird though, it only came out in his mo.
Oh, did he? Oh, damn, I thought he was still there. I was going to say, can you not talk about arms and guns because Meta's in the conversation?
Look,
yeah, I know.
Meta's got a cute, angry Russian wife, alright? So he's doing better than you.
Yeah, well...
Leave him alone.
Yeah, I did.
We're not having that conversation again. We're live. We're live.
Oh, dear me. I'm only picking on Meta because I've had enough of picking on you.
Good, because I just told you to
I
go
can't
fuck
pick on
yourself.
Chevy. Can't pick on Chevy because he's bigger than me.
See, you are. You're a bully. You're JBL all over. You're just looking for a new fucking victim now. You're gonna start asking Nika about things he likes, and then you're just gonna start fucking saying shit to upset him. Like,
no, you know,
like, Nika, what's your favourite football team? He's like, I don't really like the football. He's like, you're shit.
The fuck is wrong with you? You're Australian?
Yeah, you would be like that anyways. You would be like that.
No, because it'd be my luck. It'd be like fucking Codes. Remember, I used to start on Codes with all that sort of stuff.
He was the funny. I don't really give a fuck.
He was hilarious. He was so funny. His sense of humour. You used to basically say he was like my grandson.
Yeah, no, that was the thing. He was Gabs. And then Hayden, Iceman, he got adopted too, especially after Hangman disappeared. It got very complicated because Hangman was meant to be Iceman. That didn't turn out to be a thing anyways, but for a time there, Hangman was Iceman's son, father and son, and Hangman was like our age, and Iceman was like 13, and he'd join, he'd be like, "How are you, son?" And he'd be like, "Oh yeah, good dad, yeah, good, just hanging out with granddad." And Gav would be like, "Yeah, got the kids around." And Cody'd be like, "The fuck are you all talking about?" It was, good times with it was a bit ridiculous.
Gav, fucking Codes, mate. Didn't matter how much I stirred him up, he had to fucking come back for me.
He's Queenslander, bro. He's Queenslander, fucking 13-year-old. He was just, he'd never turn off, and even when he was turned off, he'd just go, I don't fucking
Someone
care.
Who's listening, message fucking Mac1 Codes and tell him to get the fuck on here so I can stir the little turd up again.
He's an iRacing superstar, bro.
Yeah, well...
He's on a team and shit. He gets paid. Beat that.
Yeah,
the cunts like fucking Gran Turismo aren't doing it. All those cunts that he was beating that he couldn't legally beat.
No, the kid was super talented. But he had the personality to go with it.
Even my issues with him, I'd love, because that was the whole thing. Like, he'd mouth off to every cunt. Like, I'm like, mate, they're still adults and you're still a kid and you can't even technically compete against them. So just ease up. But anyways, that aside, I wish he'd come back and wipe the floor with all of them. Because look what he could do at 13, when he half fucking cared and came in 30 minutes before and goes, oh, well, what's the strat? What's the plan? What are we doing? And then we'd watch him doing the time trial, first time, no practice, and like, he'd be like Nordschleife, as example, he'd be literally getting air over curbs and sectors, and we're like, what is happening? And then he'd like clock time and it's like 15 seconds faster than, and he's like, fuck, that was shit. We're like, fuck off, you little, just go away. Yeah. Fucking, then, you know, at the end, he'd be racing him, do whatever he'd done, bin it in his way, do his rage quit thing. He'd be like, I had Dan, fuck Holland, I fucking, be like, go back and beat him, mate. Yeah, but it's not worth. And then he'd win slot 2 or whatever, beat like 5 of the other dudes, but still just be like, fuck, I should have beaten Lee or whatever. But he beat heaps of them, multiple times. Then the mini, like, if you think Metal Gear is good with a road car with sports tyres, you ain't seen nothing until you've seen Codes wipe the floor with all of them in a mini. At Kyoto too. And actually, you look at what happened the next time that they raced in a mini all together, it was Goodwood, and that's like one of the most infamous ones in history, because it was when the whole distinct Dan thing went down. Codes wasn't there. The race that they had before that in the minis was Kyoto, and Codes fucking mauled them. So, yeah, good times. Great memories. And Hayden was just good, because, like, again, Codes, this is why you like him more. Codes was a bully, like you, and he'd get into Hayden, and then I'd feel the need to defend Hayden. And Hayden was a little thicker at times, and even Codes would be like, Hayden, fuck. And you just had a need to defend him. So I had a softer spot for Hayden, because you were both arseholes. So, yeah. Do miss both of them. And, I mean, Hayden will always be Top Gun. And when he has reappeared, he has come back as Top Gun, so he'll always be Top Gun.
I have to say as well, the other one that I know you didn't really like having him in the chats and that, but I had a bit of a soft spot for young Benny as well. He was a nice young lad.
He's matured plenty, and he's moved on to better things.
Yes, but even back then, he was actually a decent young lad.
Yeah,
once you got to speak to him.
Don't even get into it. We've been into that many times too. We don't have to. It's a re-examined topic. But yes, Ben was a good kid, and he wasn't given a chance by a lot of people.
No, and that's right.
He was. Horrible things happened with that child and other people at the community.
And I think is it who's Ohei? It's Jay, isn't it?
Jay, yep.
He's only a young lad too, isn't he?
He is. If you're not seeing on the Discord.
Yeah, I think it's
young whippersnapper. You know how hard it's been for me, Gav, to not be like, you fucking listen here, little shit. I'm sick of your fucking shit.
Yeah, but you were like that with Codes and Hayden as well, and Ben. You just got to remember, they're just little upstarty little fucking dudes that are just super quick.
Yeah, all good. It's all good. I got no problem with Jay, but fucking the whole racing thing, like we've seen how biased he is with the Max stuff, but his first thing with me, just having a shot saying, what do I know about racing? And I'm 20 years older than the cunt. Like, alright, whatever. But then the wrestling thing, I knew he was a wrestling fan when I seen him post an MJF picture, and the whole thing with MJF is that's an AEW guy, which means that this kid, he's 16, he's a mark, he's into the internet wrestling generation where like they're all, and I don't like WWE, right, but they're all like, fuck WWE, it's so shit, blah blah blah. It's like this internet generation, right? And I understand it. I've been through all of it. Me and Nika have had this conversation. We like Nika loves wrestling too, right? We love all wrestling, and my response to that was just like, I'm not trying to challenge you. Don't challenge, like, because it was like even me and Nika were just having fun with the wrestling references too, and then he's got to go and take it seriously and be like WWE, and I'm like, okay, just so yeah, I've wanted to say like, listen to you little shit, but then I know I sound like yous, so it's been tough.
That sound like us.
I know I do clash with teenagers because I don't know, it's funny. The internet generation has made them. They talk to anyone the way they like, and then when they get spoken to like that or whatever, like they get uppity. So like, it's give as get as you could. I guess. Like, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, he's touchy. He's very touchy, and he's a bit older than him too. He's like 20 something now, so he's very touchy for his age. I think he is, man. He's 19, 20, I'm pretty sure.
Same as Goat. How old's Goat
He's good.
now?
Like, I've got no problem with Sharky. I've gotten along with him fine. I did not know Sharky's reputation before I met him. And then even just him appearing in my stream once or in a chat, it was like controversy, straight up, and trolling and dumb shit. And I was like, okay, don't know anything about that. And I understood why he took a back step after that. But I've also seen racing situations where it's definitely been, come on, mate, you know, even with me and him. But I've got no problem with Sharky. I know a lot of other people do. And he was young. Yeah, 100% understandable. But, like, apparently he goes way back, yeah, because, like, Ferbs, In Exile, Jokin, they were all like Loopy was the one who was like Loopy was calling him a joke, and Loopy's Loopy, so it was bad. And both me and Meta were like, oh, this guy's cool, we've raced with him, he's fast, and they all just savaged him for a past misdemeanor. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, they all do. They all do.
Yeah, they do.
Well, that's what we went out of our way with Ben. With Ben, that was why I'm like, if you're going to be in these lobbies, mate, you got to pull your head in.
See, that's the same as with Benny. We had a chat to Benny, remember, about him being too aggressive at times. Same thing, Chevy. And he seemed to get a bit better. He seemed to realise that, okay, well, I'm going to end up in race after race with these guys, unless I want to fucking have a shit night or a shit day or whatever.
Yeah, it was almost like after every race, he'd be like, was that better, guys?
Yeah.
And we'd constructive criticism go through it, because there were still absolutely moments where it wasn't better, but then there were moments where it was. There was a great, do you remember the endurance thing that we did, Gav? You didn't do it, but I'm pretty sure you were there while we were doing it. The Nordschleife one, me, Meta were in it, but Ben and Chopper were in it, and they were in the same car. And there was...
I don't know.
Chopper had already had contact with Ben at some point earlier in the race.
Oh, yes, now
and then later
yes.
in this, because this was like 3-hour race, and I'd like, even because it got to the point where like that was the only race that was going on, was them for like second, third in the middle. Yeah. And I remember Ben was coming back at him hard, and then it was on, and they all come to, and I remember when I was making when I made the replay of the whole, like that was the whole. Like, I mean, it got to the point where Ben was racing hard and aggressive, but Chopper got elbows out to the point where it was like he threw him off the track, just like, whatever, get out of my way. And then Ben had still come back at him. Like, that's how quick he was. It was. I would remember sitting there as that last 40 minutes of that race played out, just thinking, I wish I could, because I had Choppers, like, and it was delayed, and I'm only hearing shit as it's delayed, and I'm like looking up, and I just remember it being a personal highlight. Like, I hope he gets him. Not takes him out, but I hope he beats him. You know, like, and that was before I even had issues with Chopper. I just wanted Ben to rattle the cage, and I knew he could. Housey, I would agree to that comment. That Macho Man Randy Savage is the greatest wrestler of all time. If we're talking on
Hulk Hogan.
Don't even start me, cunt. You've got me before. We've got if I respond to the way that I should when it comes to this, I will sound like young Jay laughing at me for watching WWE. If I respond to the way a wrestling fan should,
George the Animal Steel.
Great characters, great gimmick. Hogan had the greatest gimmick of all time. He was fucking invincible. My God, even speaking of, it came up recently. There was a point where Hogan had a match against, I don't know, it was one of them, King Kong or fucking Vader,
King Kong
someone
Bundy.
like that. And he'd been taken out by the Dungeon of Doom. It was one of the Manias, 5, I think. And he'd been taken out by Dungeon Doom, left in the ring, dead, refs down, and Macho Man came out, who was a rival, and they were in the middle of the Mega Powers when they'd split up and they're fighting over Miss Elizabeth, and Macho Man was going through his bad guy stage because he was jealous and shit.
Were you even alive when this happened, or you just
no,
I
wasn't. This is all. Oh no, I was alive. I didn't see it. This is all. I've watched it all. It's all wrestling historian shit. Anyway, so Hogan's in the ring. I'm just giving you the situation. Hogan's in the ring and dead, and the ref's down. The opponent's gloating, hyping up the crowd, getting the heat. Macho Man comes down, who's in the middle of this. Is he or isn't he mates with Hogan? He makes the save, basically does the beatdown on whoever it was. I think it was Vader. I swear it was Vader, who was like at the time built as an unstoppable heel. If Vader powerbombed you, you didn't get up, and Hogan had already done that twice. So anyways, he beats down Vader, and then he's trying to get Will Hogan to life. Hogan's dead. He's dead. Like he's dead. And Macho's shaking him vigorously. Looks up, he's like, what do I do? And the commentator's like, what's he gonna do? How's Hogan? He gets up on the top rope and he gives Hogan his finisher move, which was the diving elbow. Nobody did it better than the Macho Man Randy Savage. Straight to the heart, like brutal. Straight to the heart. A finisher move. It's meant to kill your opponent. And here's a dead opponent that's not an opponent. It kick-started his heart. Hogan hulks out, 3 punches, whip into the rope, big boot, leg drop, it's over. He'd spent 25 minutes getting his ass kicked, and then he did that. That's Hogan's character in a nutshell. He was invincible, and at that stage, he was like 46, 47, refused to put over anybody younger, refused to put over Macho Man, and at that point, was getting pushed down the story thing because he wouldn't put over Ultimate Warrior, and I hate Ultimate Warrior too. So Hogan's a piece of shit, man. I grew up idolising him. Yellow and red, loved black and white, Hollywood Hogan, all that shit. But he's literally Cena gets criticised as being a bad wrestler. Hogan is literally one of the worst physical wrestlers of all time. Bruno was a legend. Bruno could wrestle. Bruno could still wrestle at 60.
Andre Giant.
Andre was one of the greatest, but the last 10 years of his career shouldn't have happened because his body had just destroyed him. But he was, I've seen shit from him in the 70s in Japan, long before he ever got body slammed by Hulk Hogan, and Hulk Hogan was ever a thing. And he was a much slimmer man and much more agile, and he had a gimmick like Brody. The brawler, he would bite people and fucking just lean them back and slap them and they'd fall over because he was just that big, and his hand would he'd do the Big Show, be quiet and slap them thing, and the sound would echo through the sumo halls of Japan. Big John Studd was a legend. Why can't I think of Brody's last name? Fuck. The brawler, he got stabbed, he got killed in Puerto Rico. Brody, not King. I'm thinking of King. He's the new one. Fucking Bruiser Brody. Went around with a chain. Had great matches with Abdullah the Butcher. But look, Gav, legit. This is where this kid wouldn't know any of this shit, and if he did know it, he wouldn't appreciate it. It's for even for them now, wrestling is a high-paced. It's brutal with how the actual physicality of it now. It's not what it was in the 80s and 90s, and the people doing it aren't what they were in the 80s and 90s, and then the ones that were, the big steroid muscle cunts, even they're doing flips and shit. It's just progressed to this athletic stage where it's they're risking everything every time, and then the way it's choreographed and the impact of all of it is brutal. What
do you mean choreographed?
Oh, you didn't know? Oh, I'm sorry, bro. Wrestling's as real as Santa. Wrestling's as real as Santa, man. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Hell.
Hulk Hogan couldn't fight his way out of a wet paper bag. I'm sorry, bro. And he was on steroids.
Is that why there's never been a wrestler called the Tooth Fairy?
No, well, there was a wrestler called the Tooth Fairy, but it was a gimmick change. It came after he was called an awesome cunt, The Rock, and then he changed his gimmick for a couple months, and it nearly ruined his career. And well, now he's a superhero and a god, and he's about to fight Superman. So it worked out well for him. Good gimmick change.
Yes.
Good gimmick change. Man of many faces, like fucking Chris Jericho.
I used to like the British Bulldogs.
The original, like
Yeah.
British Bulldog and well, I can't
tag
think of his
team.
name. Yeah, the brother. No, not the real. The actual real. There was the smaller one. He was a sick cunt, rabid little Wolverine. He was the first Chris Benoit. Fuck, he died. Tom Billington. Dynamite Kid. Dynamite Kid.
Yes.
He was considered the first high flyer, like for Western audiences, anyways. It was already happening in like Japan and Mexico and shit. But yeah, Dynamite Kid, Super Junior, best of. First example of major CTE in a wrestler, because he made the diving headbutt famous. And then he went and beat his missus and kids and fucking got all paranoid and shit. Not quite what Benoit did 20 years later, but it's not. Yeah, it's not a thing that they're so closely fucking the same person. But he was a legend and part of the Hart family. Married into the Hart family.
Bret the Hitman Hart.
He married Bret's sister. Same as Davey. Because there's like 7 girls, bro. There's 13 kids in that family.
Really?
Yep. Bret was like fucking child number 4. Owen's like number 7.
Oh, speaking of kids, I heard something on the radio this morning I had no idea of. You know the band, the group Hanson?
Yes.
Do you know they're the 3 oldest of 7 kids?
I knew that too, yeah. Which is creepy.
you?
They're a religious family,
Yeah.
bro. They're from Utah. Mormons. But yeah, they were still very, very talented. And apparently the rest of them all played instruments and shit too. They were just too young.
Yeah.
Yeah, I knew that. My sisters were obsessed with those 2 cunts, man. When I was fucking 10 years old, I was getting like history lessons on them. Fucking Isaac, Taylor... I can't remember the other one. Zach, yeah, that's it. The drummer, Isaac was the singer. The other dude was the guitarist, who had a face like fucking Sarah Jessica Parker. They had a few alright songs, but yeah, whatever. Pop back then was definitely in a rough patch.
If you actually listen to their other music that hasn't gone mainstream, in a sense,
Yeah, it was like rock, kind of easy listening.
It's actually really good.
I know.
They are, yeah,
I've
very
heard
talented
I've heard
boys.
it, don't worry. My sisters loved them. Loved them.
Yeah, I just thought I'd throw that
you know,
in.
who I'd actually liken them to, honestly, and it shows how generic I'm going to liken them to are. Nickelback.
I thought you were going to say Bee Gees.
In terms of harmony in their voices, 100% Bee Gees, and the fact that they're a 3-piece. But no, that generic, easy listening, kind of country rock, you know, easy acoustic guitars and drums, like.
Yeah.
Yeah. I know.
So you're talking about instruments that kids these days don't
you know,
know
that
what they
cunt's
are.
actually a musician and like he's talented,
Who?
but he's just Justin Bieber.
Oh yeah.
But he's just a pop star now. Like he's Justin Timberlake now. Like still talented, but like in terms of actual music, you've never seen him do any of it, and he can do all of it. He could do all of it before you'd even seen him sing fucking baby, baby, baby. Yeah, they all come from like super wholesome religious families that just sit around the fucking fireplace singing Kumbaya.
Like the Carters.
Yeah, what is that? Dix. No, fuck, I can't think of all their names. But yeah.
Dear.
There's heaps of them. I can still appreciate old music, Gav, don't worry.
So you say you like the Bee Gees?
I'm just not in that. The Bee Gees great, mate.
They actually are. They're actually...
Their harmony, no one could do what they did except for maybe fucking the dudes from the Eagles.
Ooh.
And fucking people like bagged on the Eagles or never listened to them, like cunts around your age that don't like the Eagles. That's their reason. They're like, whatever. Fuck, because the cunt's got falsetto. So they would have hated Bowie, they would have hated Prince, they would have hated Jackson, anything, just because it's a dude with that. But the Bee Gees made it famous.
Yeah, but that's
Perfected
only
it.
more the Staying Alive fucking album. There was so many other songs
they did
they
it.
had.
Heaps of their harmony had that unique like the 3 dudes that made themselves sound like a choir, which only they could do.
Yeah, what I'm saying is the high
Yeah,
stuff.
I know. They could do
was
anything.
only really that one album.
The spoken stuff that he did. What's their fucking that really cool one? Oh no, the Beach Boys covered it. There's a song that the Bee Gees do that the Beach Boys covered, and they do a really good version of it. And one of their not Staying Alive. It's like going. It's some fucking. It's like a story. The main one sings it. The one with the beard. It's about a girl. My auntie loved it. She loved them and ABBA, so I hated ABBA, but even still, I know what ABBA are. But fuck, I hated them.
Why'd you hate them?
I mean, it's just repetitive to me. ABBA were very samey.
Very
everything. Like, yeah,
fucking
they were
genius.
It was like ABBA's hits is like a Grease album, you know, like it just becomes.
But
it's too easy.
For their time to produce so many
like
hits,
my favourite music
geniuses.
from that era was like what my dad and mum were listening to, guitar-filled stuff, like music that was a ride and had trippy lyrics and, you know, weird cunts singing it and spoken lyrics and shit like that, like The Doors, fucking Eagles, Creedence, love it. Like John Fogerty, man, his voice is like a fucking gift to rock and roll. Jim Morrison's voice, not his fucking dumb spoken shit, or like the Lizard King, but his actual singing when he gets going off, like fire. A lot of good music from back then, and I think it's
Jim
like
Morrison.
I think it's my dad's crowning achievement with me is how much I appreciate it now. Acker, you know, I grew up with Acker, and Johnson was the man. And then the older I got, I was like, because I like the Bon Scott stuff to me when I was a kid. It was like, wah! You know what I mean? But I loved Barnsey, so it was just weird. The older I got, Bon Scott became the man. Brian Johnson's stuff became generic. Like it felt like that was AC/DC were truly just in there. This is their sound. Whereas with Bon Scott, there was a bit of creativity and gut and difference in there. You know. Dirtiness, and I love that about AC/DC. Fuck. Just lost a second and a half. Nearly went completely off at the big bendy boy. I've lost like 2 seconds plus. Yeah, I know, but I've lost so much time, bro. I've lost like 2 seconds plus in one sector there. Tyres, like, I feel like they're gone. They don't look like it. Usually I'd be going faster. The last lap, you start to feel them. And like I said, the times have been shit. I haven't done a 15. I'm cruising. Like, considering, it's almost like old times. This is almost like I'm at Monza back in the day right now. Even
back in the day. You're talking 2 years ago, back in the day. Back in my youth.
There was a moment in some of my races, because I wasn't streaming them, but I was racing a lot with Beck yesterday. And there was a moment in one of the races where like we had both fucked up, tripped over each other. I can't remember what it was. And we'd started up front. I think we'd both done the mediums at this point. And I remember we both went into the pits at like lap 3. We'd come out at like 10th and 11th. And I remember she come out and like we'll up the hill, up Rodillion, and I started to do my swerve, then she started to do it, then there was the hazards in front of me, and it was like we hadn't even messaged each other at this point, just saying, let's go, let's go, let's go. And because I think that the reason we tripped over each other too was she had bump drafted me, and then I didn't pull up properly, and we kind of made contact through the Essies, and then the next time she just punted me straight over the Essie. She couldn't pull up. So it was like we'd done that at the start of the race, and then when we came out the next time, the rest of the race, we made our way to 3rd and 4th after that. But so on the medium too, Like,
So what you're saying is, at one point, Beck showed you her rear end, and you lost all control.
yeah, mate. Yeah, that's what happened, Gav. That's what happened, mate. You fucking mom. You child. And you wonder why she stops playing the game, you fucking idiot. Seriously, mate.
Ah, dear me.
So it's... What? You're an idiot. You're an idiot. You're an idiot. You're a child. You are. Like Meta said, you are a child. You're a fucking child in a 50-something-year-old body.
Yeah.
It's just dumb...
Only way to stay young. I don't want to get old.
Dumb toilet humour, mate.
Peter Pan.
Yeah, Michael Jackson. More like it.
Oh.
Worked out for him. Do you know that the real Peter Pan killed himself? When he was like 40-something?
Really?
Yep. There's a movie that absolutely explicitly leaves it out. That movie with fucking Johnny Depp, Finding Neverland, got nominated for an Oscar and all about it. That is about the real dude who wrote the book and the family that it was based on, and the kid more specifically that it was based on. Completely leaves out the fact that he went on to kill himself because of that very fame about 20 years later. Peter Pan, mate, lives forever. No, he didn't. Well, he was like 30-something, I think. Yeah, there you go. Peter Pan, mate.
Nothing wrong with being Peter Pan. Got to stay young as you can, as long as you can.
Rob Williams. Hook. Because Peter Pan wasn't one of my favourite Disneys. But, like, Hook was the shit.
You need to stop being so serious about everything. It's going to kill you.
I just, when I'm streaming and it's things like that and it's a laugh to you, I think to you, it's, again, it was like what I was saying about
I'll put it out there. If Beck has a problem with what I just said, she can certainly message me.
Sure, she's not, but it's just unnecessary, mate. It's just a sexist, dumb thing based on her being a female and that I'm racing her. It was unnecessary.
I'm sure Chevy shows you his rear end, you've probably got a lose control.
Yeah, but you wouldn't reference it like that, you fucking mong, would you?
Depends.
Just shut up, alright? I'm not trying to attack you or put you down or whatever, but it's just unnecessary, Gav. It really is. That's it. It's all good. I'm getting forced here, and if I hadn't fucked up on lap 5, I'd be cruising. I'd still have me 2 to 3 second lead and be hoping to hold on to that in the last lap, but I think at the moment here I'm just hoping they burn out their tyres, because you can still do it on the mediums. You can defend like a fucking lion and they burn out their softs and they can't keep up with you on the last lap. It actually happened with the young fella racing me the other day too. They've got the tyre advantage. They've already been going for a few laps. You've got cold mediums, but the air is one thing. They can't go flat out around the release. Look at that, got Hissy on then. He's gone too, gone, poor Khan. He's not quick enough to get it here. He has to kind of lift to hold into it. He's got to try and make it here or at the turn 1. But I've been surprised at how well you can hold on with mediums. You can actually force it. And usually if they've got the tyre advantage and they're that close, I just let them go. Oh. And if they can't get beside me by turn 1, then I should be able to hold on to it. The mediums are actually great, like once they're going in this race. Like I said it when I was talking about it earlier, I said, you know, we've done this race enough on mediums only to know the pace limit of them, I think. And to also be able to transition from the soft to the mediums, especially later in race, lighter, and go just as fast. Just knowing the grip limit difference in terms of, you know, how hard you're braking, how hard you're hitting the throttle. Like I just first sector went purple, and I have run a 15 on the mediums. Again, like he's got the tyre advantage, but he can't get it done. And I mean, again, gas bagging. I've thrown away multiple minutes of race time today. But this one, the moves I had to make at the start, I had to hold on, bit of defence, then had a good stint, cruise, then kind of lost it all in that extra lap, and then now I've had to have a stint again and actually kind of do the job against someone. Here he comes, he's out on then, he's done the right thing. Because I noticed, like, racing with the lesser dudes, you know, when I was doing the back shit or whatever, they were getting as close to you as they could. And you go around a turn and they either get thrown off the track or they make contact. If they don't lift and back off, it's going to end up badly for both of you, you know. And if they know that, they know they're going to have a better chance on the exit. Good race. Good race, mate. Steamboat Dragon, I loved him too. That gimmick. But yeah, how's he on the favourite thing ever? For that, I'd agree with Macho. My favourite ever is Sting. Like after the yellow and red of Hogan, and it being a child, but when I was becoming a teenager, from 10 years onwards, watching like WCW and shit, Sting was the one that I was like, yeah, what a sick cunt. And the fact of what he can do today at like 60 something, dude's a beast. But like you see some of the dudes that's going today, it's hard to say who the greatest one ever is now, because the dudes they can all do the same shit. They've all got, like, there's no special moves anymore. Like, every cunt does them all. So some enlisted tonight, Gav, or this Arvo? Not there now? Because I got... because my mate that I've been playing Fallout with, him and Nick have been playing together, he's got it again too. We could have a full squad. And I could always message my brother. Is Hissy on streaming? Oh fuck, we've missed another one because of the matching thing. I must have, I guess. But it's 3 o'clock. We've just come out of it. Oh shit, Gav. You don't have to feel bad about picking up Meta if you look at Discord right now. And that's funny coming from Danny. I mean, it could just be haha having fun, but it's funny coming from Danny. What's pretty fucked, Meta? The missing the entry thing. It's happened to me like 3 times already today. I think one of them I came out and it was like 3 minutes past, 4 minutes past. I was on lap 2, like, and it was like a quarter past or some shit. Yeah, I don't want to wait a half hour. That's shit. What have you got a clamp to? The stand or whatever, its own rig. So, is it coming undone on the actual clamp parts, or is it just in general? You can. So like you sort of metal clamp onto the stand part, yeah? Okay, so either like literally something like as simple as blue tack can help, like a thin layer of it over the top, and then clamp it in, and it'll help keep that stiffness because it's not actual metal on metal. It's got that adhesive type material in the middle. Other than that, I have a tea towel, and this also helps with reducing. It's more like a fucking hand towel from like a bathroom, not a tea towel. It's a little square one, and it's like a damper, but it reduces the vibration effect. It reduces the sound, but it gave me, however thick it is. There's a material. It slots in where I've got the slots carved out where the clamps go in. It's just that again, like something thicker and extra in between it and what it's clamping to. Other than that, you've got to measure the exact fucking difference and like permanently attach something to them. Yeah, oh yeah, steel ones too. Go straight through it. Bolt, mate. Bolt from fucking one side to the other. I wish I could bolt mine in. But I reckon especially the G29, because they're not as strong. I reckon you could still snap the horse bite, like the horse bit of it, the L. Alright, like if it was bolted in especially, and you pull back hard enough, like you're either going to break the actual wheel extension part, or you're going to break those clamps. Because if you had it fully clamped and that thing's locked, when you should be able to like push on the wheel with your palms and pull back at the top and feel no flex. Like when you get the wheel to like that, that's satisfying. And mine still moves around in saying all that. Like I have to readjust it all the time. Is Gav back yet? No. I upset him. I upset him. Which is ironic. But yeah, he just... Yeah, it's all good. It's not worth going into, but it's just when it comes to that particular person, it's always the thing for so many people, and he's one of them in particular. And Max had brought up on Discord about how she even had like a Japanese account to hide, essentially. Because, yeah, I know, but I'm just saying he's not replying or he's not talking or whatever. But I do want to play Enlisted too. Soon. Well, later. But yeah, I just feel bad. It's happened so many times and it's awkward and I hate it. It's a good egg. Who's Stephen? What? Who? What? No. 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 I don't think I watch as many as you guys do. Which one is it? Fourth? Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, sorry, the missus. You got $1 billion. Just talking to the missus for a sec. All good. She just got up, and as she was going past, I was like looking at something she was doing, and she was like, "Oh, I nearly got it." She's playing through the Harry Potter Lego games in their entirety. And like, I don't mind the Harry Potter franchise. I've seen all the movies, read all the books. So a lot of the times when I look over, I see some of the shit she's doing. I'm like, oh, that's mad. Seems like the movie. Yeah, I haven't done the predictions thing. Didn't even know it was up again. I mean, what was it? Didn't they only race last weekend? Yeah. It's a good race. With, actually both of them, the last two races, the Manu one and the Nations one, both came down to like 3, 4, 5-way shootouts, which was crazy. And it was like, at the start of the race, it looked like 2 people were going to win it, or 3 people, and then as longer the race went on, because like the rules that they've got now, like they have to race each other. They have to go side by side. They have to, it's crazy. Like, it's really fun to watch. And they're making mistakes. They're showing that they're human. Fucking Serrano was like a missile in his. I think was it Serrano in the RX Vision? God, he fucking punted so many people at the hairpin on Deep Mountain. It's hilarious. And like Drummond, he was like 4th or 5th, like for like the first 10 laps and like 5 seconds from the leader. And then with like 5 laps to go, all of a sudden he's in a 5-way shootout for the lead, and I think he got to 3rd or 2nd. So it was a crazy end to it. Like, even for me, I don't like so much watching their races, because generally a lot of them, it's just the same 2 dudes who kind of take off. But they have been really good. Except Jimmy Broadbent's commentary on him is horrendous, and I defend Jimmy. But he's really out of date with the product. He called fucking Drummond Baptiste Beauvoir, and I'll never live it down. And no one corrected him. Like, he's got a commentator teammate there, and no one corrected him. And Drummond won the last 2 rounds, like, out of nowhere, as like this rookie kid. So it shows how little Jimmy knew of the current product, and I just thought, I felt bad for both of them, because Beauvoir was having a shocker, was in 2nd last, and Drummond was having the drive of his life, and he's not even getting recognised. Yeah, they're worth checking out. They are good races. I don't know what the next ones are, but they've done well with... I mean, they did Deep Mountain, both of them, but good racing at that track. Deep Forest. I always... Trial Mountain, Deep Forest. They are 2 separate things, brain. Not the same. I think Danny laughed at me because I confused them once. I was like, ah. Fucking Mr. Meta too. This nickname has been deleted. What? Whoa. That has because you can't put a name that big in. This nickname has been deleted. It's on a Japanese driver. SX Marguerite is their PSN. Their nickname has been deleted. That's what it says. That's their nickname. That's the coolest nickname ever. Has anyone ever seen that? Because I've seen some pretty offensive names. James Bond. Burned. Oh, Meta's been bumped down 5 positions. He's still in the top 100 though. He is officially an astronaut. I think he's like second best Aussie. There's GTR. Andy's up there now too. No, he's not. He's second best Aussie. He is. Behind GTR. And he's that fucking... Yeah, TX3, yeah. Well, Danny's still 11th. Yes, there is. There is not even a 10th from 1st to 5th, which is insane. They're all in the 11s, and there's nothing in it. Even the bloke with the 0.15, he's the closest. Like even the others are kind of a 10th from him. Corned beef pay. That's what I thought too. So I thought, yeah, it's because I was looking for Jack. I was like, where's young Jack? He's always up there, and I don't think I could see him. He must be over it too. There's Key, 44. Zavich, with his, yeah, Key, whatever. Fucking Kai, fucking bald English wanker, is 44. Zavich, American account, 12.7. Where's his fucking... He's... I guess he hasn't bothered with his Euro account. Is a lower... Oh, I just looked for it. Where is it? Yeah, I went both ways, mate. I've gone both ways. I'm going up again. I can't find him. He's not up. He's not up. Unless he's in the top 10. No. Yeah, because that's PSNs. He's not there, bro. I can't... There's no Savage. Okay, yeah, it's the first one that comes up is his American one. I can't even see his other. Meta... Rain... Yeah, he must have just done it on that. Because I noticed the streams have only been American. Oh, it is him. Yeah, there you go. He was in the top 10. Nice, yeah, well. There you go. Fuck, I guess what, even Grove would be on the verge then, wouldn't he? 103. 103. No, he's not in it, but he's, yeah, because I knew he was a 0, but a later 0. He smashed it. He put like 7 tenths on his time. Because I was a 10th ahead of him. And Andrew, it's got to be controller, but even still. Twitchy. Oh, Twitchy has put a time in. Who's Sharpie Vortex? Fuck, even Takari's that far back, bro. He's done it in the RCF. He's like, whatever, fuck yous. I do it in my own car. 13.3. I did notice earlier in the week there seemed to be a few of those Suzuki VGTs. Slippy's in top 300, right next to Jono. But yeah, the Aussie community's not there at the moment, bro. It's just, they're not there. They're not racing. Not the top split ones anyways. Like, not even second split, really. Legit, because there's no Adams, Smocks, nothing of that. Like, you know what I mean? There's nothing. There's nothing of the... You could probably list 50 drivers that finished in the top 50 for nations, and I reckon 5 of them would be racing. No shit, and I don't reckon that's an exaggeration. Because, like, even technically, I wouldn't say Meta's driving. Like, he's, you know, before Spa, he hadn't driven in a week. Before that, barely at all. And he's only been doing his weekend Chuppagetti endurance type stuff, like, and not even... No, he's back. He's back. He's back in Adelaide. Yeah. Looking for a home in Adelaide. And then she'll come back over. Nah, she didn't come back yet, because he was in a fucking shitty apartment with his mate. Like, he actually needs to... I think, like, I'm pretty sure he's looking at renting, but I thought he wanted to buy too, so... I know there was an issue with it. It was like first thing he was saying, and as soon as he got back, he was like sick and shit, being in the fucking old shitty unit thing. So yeah, he's... Yeah, that's what I thought, yeah. That's what I thought. That would make sense, wouldn't it, Meta? It's pretty funny. Jack should join them. Meta said Jack only does Group 4. And I know he had a couple of records. That's why I'm saying I haven't seen his name up there. But that says a lot. If they won't even try to commit a time. Just because, you know, it's easier. But yeah, you're officially astronaut status, Meta. Like I was already saying you were. You're previously you were Richard Branson and Bezos floating around up there in your little wank ship. But to get that time that you've got now, if you finish the week in the top 100, that's pretty alien. That's pretty astronaut. You're the second Aussie behind your good mate TX3. It's a pretty alien time. Like Maxi was saying, look at my top 10 stacked, and you're number 2. Danny's just full-blown Asian hentai fucking squid lord alien. He's a different step. In Malaysia, they breed them differently. You had to go back to old Russia, and that delayed the turning green. But now it's done. Also, I think I upset Gav Meta. This might make you happy. I think I upset him because I've gone off at him a bit and just said stupid things, and he's gone now. We're in the party. He's there, but he's not. So. Get on your PS4 version, Meta. Yeah. I was just saying, I mean, like 2 weeks. You'd only have to go back 5 minutes before, but it was in reference to me racing with Beck. That's all you need to hear. What you do, bub? It blew shit up. Oh, what it does to the score? Yeah, I know. Have I seen it? Oh no, I thought you did before because I swear I could smell fish. Yes, you are. I didn't know Twitchy had sent one, so he's obviously... Oh, no, he's there too, yeah. It just hadn't come up. So Twitchy's just literally just come up, Meta. Literally just come up, because at first I was like, oh, I didn't know he'd done one. Maybe he deleted me, but I can see him there now, so... Andy's was up this morning. And yeah, I'd say Andy's his controller. But yes, they've both put a time in. Tezza still yet to appear. I'm surprised even Dan hasn't. If his wheelie's truly done, I guess it's done, because it's Spa, and a setting like this, you'd know he'd still be going for it, for a lap. Yeah, I know he's good on it. That's what I say, he's just a freak. How he can even get within like half a second of his times, or a second of his times from control to wheel is insane. Yeah, I know. He's operating on like fucking... He's probably got Asian somewhere in him. Or he married an Asian chick or something, I don't know. He is on a different level. To be able to be within half a second of your time on a track like this, but you know, difference between controller and wheel. What is the difference? You know, when the world record at the moment's like a fucking barely 212, and he can do a 213 flat on control. And these like world record drivers are on a wheel sweating bullets, and he's just like sitting there at home on his controller like, this is chill. I like this. No workers. Be good. Yeah, I won't be on this much longer, and then I'll probably jump on enlisted. See you, mate. Yeah, it's just me and the man who's not there. Who's making my camera, my fucking voice feedback. Man, Machin's having some major issues today. Major issues. Rejoin the party, Meta. Because old mate's not talking to me now. There you go, he just left. Definitely think I upset Gav, which is hilarious. Yeah, because he just left it. All good. Just been there to reminisce with Chevy and debate with me. Well, that sucks. I've been punted aside by the other dude, and now this one's just barged in and taken advantage of it. hectic. got me. Good race. Fucking hell, 18:30 for Meta. That's like 8 seconds faster than I can do on my good days. That was crazy, dude. Well done. He did a crazy good job to kind of stay with you for a little on the mediums. He got a 3-second penalty, probably on entry of the pit, because he had to serve it, pit lap. And yeah, my tyres were dead last lap. Had to push hard, and I did some crazy passing. Yeah, I actually think it's easier doing 5 laps at the start when you just kind of race off by yourself, do your own thing, than 5 laps coming through the traffic. It's pretty sketchy, that last lap. They got me off a drag to the line because I missed the gear. I parked it into the bus stop beautifully to try and maintain my position. And then, yeah, literally revving out a second, I missed the shift and he just pulled past me. That's our finish distance. Yeah, that's why I've just been going soft from the start, bro. 5 and then M's. Usually it's enough to get you away. I might do it here, actually. I'll go one more if you're going to go again. But yeah, if it's used to again. Slipstream down to S. Oh, sorry, BSR. Yeah, sweet. I'll do one more. was just doing my voting thing. Welcome back.
Right. So I figured out, I think, why sometimes it sounds like I'm in Afghanistan, and it's because I plugged my PlayStation controller into charge directly into the wall, and it's like something to do with it like not being grounded or something. So that's why it gets like this electric buzz. Hold on.
Okay.
Mute the stream.
I don't know what
So,
was
yeah.
going on with the party that I was in with Gav, but it's like he was giving me feedback the whole time.
Okay. You probably have your stream up.
Hey?
Maybe
Yeah, no, he
your
said he
stream up or
didn't.
something.
He said he didn't. But yeah, he basically rear-end a comment, and I said that was inappropriate, and then it went from there.
Okay.
But yeah, then he went quiet and fucked off.
Yeah.
Fucking down to 10 now, so who else is bunked? Who else? That's... Oh no, so yeah, it's just because of Twitchy.
Tweet.
Or was I not behind Cedars? No, I wasn't behind Cedars. I was right next to... So Cedars, and I've seen he's online now. He'll probably be joining, because he got a better time now.
Does he?
I imagine. I seen that just seen that he was online. Thought, oh, he'll be showing up.
Yep.
So where am I?
That again.
So him
Supra's,
in between.
Supra's gone this time. Yeah, him in between in the fucking Supra.
Okay. Yeah. Well, yeah.
It's okay. I can more or less fend off a Supra on turn one.
Yeah, I know, because you just got to. Well, even if you can't, you get back past them at the straight, and you can you
Yeah.
can hold the line on the as long as you're on the left-hand side into the S's, you can hold it.
Yeah.
And then because of the way the car bogs down and how wide it is, they can't get past you.
The other option is just start on mediums and let him go, but no, I'll start whatever tire you're starting on. I'll start on.
Go on mediums.
You're going on mediums.
Yeah, only because of where I am.
Fuck. I don't know then.
Go soft
too
and
late
just go
now.
for it.
It's too late now anyway. Warm up ended. Alrighty, Mr. C's. Let's see what you got.
It's his first race, so he's probably not going to be straight onto it, but he has just set that time, so he's improved by a tenth or two.
Yep. 5 the other day or something, right?
I can't remember exactly what it was, but I know I was in front of him, and I was surprised. It was a tenth or so. But because he was in the Supra too, I was like, well, I know he's pushing that car for all it's got, and with this, I'm nowhere near what it can do. that's what I thought with most of the Supras. I'm like, they've got to hold it together and do that the whole entire race, which they just seem to burn out their tyres doing it.
Yeah, their tyres are fucked. Even if they get past you, like, on the opening lap and sort of hold it, they can't stay ahead because their tyres are fucked.
Oh, I nearly got killed by Lieutenant Skid Marks. Instead, he collected everyone else.
He's a little bit too far. I got actually too good an exit from turn 1. So he's going to get quite a nice run on me here. He can go around the outside though. Done.
Yeah, he's broken me too.
He's out of slip, so he might have a chance to get it back out of the next 2 corners, but it depends how well he hooks up. Bust up. I slid on the curb. So you'll get to keep it because the Supra's very good on the run down to Eau Rouge. Well, more so that just the Tonica is bad. But I don't think he's on mediums.
I reckon he is. You're on mediums? Yeah?
No, I'm on subs.
Oh, okay.
He can keep up with me through the corners and stuff, so he's definitely on subs as well. It is very messy through the S's there. Nice, double up. Okay. And that was with fucking getting out on the curb in turn 1 as well. Fuck, that was a good time. Did not feel like that.
Having a pretty good race with this bloke behind me. Keeps riding me, asking questions of me, and sniffing.
Briar Russell.
I don't know who he is, but he's in the same car, and he gradually, like he was 1 second after the lap 1, and he's just gradually eating and eating and eating at me until now. And now we're challenging each other for about half a lap. Oh, he got me. He collected me. And he's just driven off. Good stuff. Good stuff, mate. It was on then. Lost 2.6 seconds. Ha! He's on soft. But still, I should have held him up fairly, and I was. But that would explain why he just kept gradually fucking getting there. Let's see if I can run a 14 on softs. Did it fairly, and he tried to fucking run me out of road. And I did that fairly. That was so, that was amazing.
Okay.
That was
So much
amazing.
pressure now.
He's still going. So he's doing... Wait, oh no, he hasn't caught up.
What's that?
Cedars.
Oh,
Like,
no,
why
not
isn't
from
he in
him.
the pits yet?
No, he's already pitted. He pitted last lap, he was on the softs, so he's on medium, so I've just got a 4 or 5 second lead or whatever on him, but it's more, yeah, I'm under pressure now to finish off this run, because that's easily my best opening run. He's 9.2 back, probably be about 8 back at the end of the straight.
And he's on meds, yeah?
Yeah, we're both on mediums.
Oh. Well, hey. Alright.
Yeah, this is a really, really good run.
Yeah, no, I mean, I've got a chance too. He's 2.3
Oh, yeah,
ahead of me.
you've got a chance. Oh, yeah, go for it, man. I love the little, like, snap of rotation you get when changing up from third to fourth around that right-hander onto the back straight.
Oh, fuck yeah. That's why on mediums you
Feels
can
so
get around
nice.
at full tilt if you do an early shift.
Yeah.
What's going on, Auto? He's struggling on the mediums.
Yeah, so am I, actually. You reckon you can get him?
Yep. He's just made contact with the wall. He's trying to avoid the draft that much. Yeah, he's trying to drop me so hard. He's doing everything he can to drop me. He's swerving all over the joint. But he's just got to fuck up through the S's, and if he's racing like this, I'll make it known. Yeah, he's trying to make me make steak. Yeah, well, I mean, look who's here. Auto, Meta and Cedars. Just fighting like a lion.
Checo proud.
I'm gonna have to force it at the bus stop, or I don't know what's gonna happen. Squeeze by and force him out.
Come on!
Oh no, I parked it. Now he's coming back. Oh! Oh! He's gonna get the same thing I lost out in the drag. Damn it! Epic defense, man. He made me. I went so slow on that last lap, bro. He made me do everything. Like I couldn't.
I'm watching it now.
I couldn't run
so
the proper. I couldn't run the proper line because I was just sniffing. Like
21 hundredths of a second.
oh, it's such a slug. Like the same thing happened to me with the exact same thing happened with fucking the other one, the OGR bloke, but he was coming from behind, like fully coming from behind. Whereas with Cedars, I was just trying to beat him. Yeah, great defense.
Save plus 13.
Well, Auto, mate, honestly, with the way you've been racing here, I think you'd be fine. I think the strat you've been running to, and the pace you've been able to run it at, and the fact you've been able to get out of it early, get back in, do your own thing every single time. Everybody is complete. It's like when we do our lobbies. Once everybody's done all their pits, you're a couple positions up.
I'm so happy you got sub 30.
Yeah, well, you're killing it, dude.
Yeah, that was good.
Killing it. But yeah, honestly, if I hadn't been hit by that Japanese bloke, lost to 2.5 seconds, might have been a completely different story. Like I could have even had him with the pit, because pretty much that was the gap when I came out, 3.3. That's where it should have been, actually. Come out on the cleaner tyres right behind him.
I'm starting to wonder if the PS4 version on PS5 allows you to run at a more steady, consistent frame rate, and this is why I'm able to achieve these times. Because that's like 3 seconds faster than I was running yesterday. It's crazy.
But even for me and him to come down to between that, and he at least had you to work with at the start, or to follow and be pulled along, I'm happy with my pace being there. Like if we'd had a one-on-one and it come down to that, my heart would have exploded. It's got 2 platinums. Mad. Yep. Nice job, Bob. Does your credits carry over to the second one? Like everything you've earned in this? Yeah. Alright, if Auto's getting on, I'll do one more with him, and then I'm done. I'm racing good. There's no reason to stop or whatever, but I should be playing enlisted and having fun with that. And I am having fun here, but it's just like at the same time, there's no need. I feel like I'm wasting.
Yeah, that's all good, man. I'm just happy to have had a couple of
Oh,
races with you.
100%. That's I saved that replay straight up, like just because of my own personal battle that I had with him later. Yeah, be good. I'm nowhere near yours, like your pace. You've obviously drastically grown. Like I was happy to be close to you last time. I've been on all day, Auto. 5 hours, mate. And have done every single race that scheduling has allowed me to. I've missed 2 or 3 because we've had so many problems with matching. Yeah, all good, bro. I don't expect you to be. I want to go farm some shit on my own too. Like, you know, get ahead. Yeah, don't stress. You don't have to explain not being able to play. Like, I can play plenty of games by myself still. Even with 76, man, at any time, like when I've got me fucking insomnia going real off, 76 is a treat because of it. Yeah, just hit Meta up or whatever on Discord. But tomorrow tomorrow lunchtime-ish. So for anybody that's home, say like in between 11 and 3, I'll be lobby hosting random jester combos. And just trying to get a few of our local boys in, and a few of the other streamers, a few of the Americans and that, like Papa, and see. I mean, if we could get someone like Grove, that'd be great too. But yeah, I'll do that tomorrow, starting from 11, because that's like 5 PM American time, which is perfect for a Friday evening over there. So come to that, Auto, if you don't have plans. Alright, I'm just gonna go up slash. Are you done? Yeah? Yeah. Alright, I'm gonna leave the party, bro. Well done. Yeah, Alien. No worries, bro. Be good. Moto, if you got on now, bro, you'd... Oh, I guess not now. Yeah, probably later. But there has been A pluses coming and going today. 100%. It's funny though, I've been piss farting about all day. I think I had like 1 win, 2 wins, a couple of top 3s. But like just talking shit, piss farting about the whole time. And now that I'm actually like being quiet, I'm racing pretty consistently and fast. Nah, way too early. What are you doing? And then I missed that one. Great start. Missing gears everywhere. Fucking just doing everything way too early at the moment. Just definitely braking way too early. Like after a couple races starting on the mediums, I'm nowhere near as full send. Yep, see? Really bad. I don't know what it is, man. Like, really bad. I've lost myself at least a second. flying now. Yeah, I can't do a 14.8, let alone a 14.8 in the first stint. Speed is exceptional in that car and at this track and in general. But yeah, he seems to always have my number in either that car or this track now. Either or. Yeah. Yeah, I had a horror... No, he's in the Super. I had a horror start too. Haven't nailed it once this race. Oh yeah, we're really just butchering it now. Yeah, I seen. It actually looked like it froze for a sec. I thought he'd fucked up. Yeah, it's not gonna matter. I lost way too much time. It's just on the ball and the super and soft straight away, and I wasn't. So that's how bad my first sectors have been while I was on the softs. I didn't hook up turn 1 once, and on the mediums I've done it both times. Even this whole series of apexes have been way better on the mediums than what it was on the softs. Yeah, way better. Not doing anything too early. Save. Full cross lock. Yeah, he's 3 seconds faster than I can do as a finish time too. Anyways, we'll leave it there. I mean, the racing's still good. Pace is up and down. So what I got? I got like 4 or 5 wins today. Every one of them would have been top 5. Yeah, it was alright, it was fun. Got to race with some mates, it's pretty good to know that. So PS5 users, if you want to match again with your PS4 brethren, you can apparently download a PS4 application of Gran Turismo 7. Obviously, I'd assume you'd have to have data available for both. But like someone like Meta did it, Distinct Rain, because I noticed I was racing with Distinct Rain and then Meta was, and when I was like, well, what's going on? How can I be racing the same people? But yeah, if you don't know and you've got a PS5, you can, and you've got the room. I don't know how it works. Meta can explain it. but it's good to know, and it might help. Well, either or, people. Well, I guess for a lot of the PS5 users, it just might help. Because a lot of them complained that on PS5 it's either no competition or just a bunch of ferals or whatever. So yeah, just get onto that, guys. If you've got a PS5 and you have the room, if you like meta and you only play Gran Turismo, you could install the game probably 4 times over. But yeah, check it out because it was fun. It was good to have him there, even though he finished 10 seconds ahead. He gave me a sniff at the bloke behind him. So, but yeah, I'll put up a community post later about like an official, I guess, start time or whatever for tomorrow's lobby stuff with a Australian Eastern Standard Daylight Saving Time, and whatever the most general American time is. But yeah, like I said, in between 11 and 3, so to speak, which would be 4 p.m, 9 p.m, 5 p.m, 9 p.m over there. Cheap shot. What about cheap shot? Oh, me, yeah, whatever. It's true though. Even on your computer, mate, you've probably got a computer that could play the sickest games, and you're playing a fucking Marvel OS card game. Probably got a fucking size of like 8 gigs total. That's not even like 10 cars on this game. But this game, there's heaps of them now. Even in general, man, they don't give us hard drives that are big enough. The games are notoriously oversized now. Like I think I'll have a quick look and let you know. So what's Gran Turismo's is currently, I haven't looked, 123.5 gig on PS4 disc version. As example, I reinstalled Fallout. Fallout is only 73.6 gig, and that's a completely online game. And then something like Enlisted, this is probably going to be like Gran Turismo numbers. No, only 35 gig. So yeah, it is notoriously oversized, like Call of Duty and all that other shit. But yeah, get on it, guys. 250 gig. Install 2 copies of the game. Go play with your PS4 buddies. I know it doesn't matter in lobbies, but for dailies, if you are missing it, so Lounzy, get on it. But yeah, we'll do some lobby racing tomorrow and have some fun during the Arbo. Just do some dumb shit. So if you've got some money, go buy whatever random fucking cars now. If you've got some money to burn, go buy some road cars, and yeah, do that. Just do that. Anyways, I'll be back later. Well, not too later, but in a bit with some Enlisted. And we had a lot of people watching it yesterday, so it'll be really good to get again. And it was a lot of fun. And I was getting alright at it. But yeah, thanks guys. I'll speak to you soon.